Chapter 1379 Flame Dragon Burst. As this indifferent voice rang out, another 4 fire pythons appeared within the formation. This time, the fire pythons that appeared to be very agile. An aura that was even stronger than before surged around their bodies. Zi-Chen suppressed the blood that was about to spurt out. Facing the 4 fire pythons, he actually closed his eyes. The crowd was confused and in an uproar, not understanding what Zi-Chen was doing. But some people understood that Zi-Chen was healing his injuries. But the fire pythons had already descended from the sky. Wouldn't it be too late to heal now? Was it too late? Of course not. With the king-level origin fluid in his stomach, Zi-Chen's injuries were suppressed. He only needed a little more time to fully recover. And Zi-Chen had to fight for this time. He boldly chose not to attack this time, but to defend himself. A sea of energy surged out from his corporeal space, forming layer after layer of invisible defenses in the 3-meter corporeal space. At this moment, the crowd was unable to see from afar, but if they used special eye techniques, they would be able to see that at least several thousand corporeal realm defensive light shields had appeared around Zi-Chen. Each light shield was a thin layer, but each of them possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. For fire pythons descended, but Zi-Chen still didn't open his eyes. The crowd was dumbfounded. What's going on? He gave up. He's actively seeking death. Sigh, looks like he knows he's going to die. Fortunately, he's no longer resisting. The crowd shook their heads and sighed in pity. On the other hand, the 3 factions were secretly delighted. Xue Ming discovered the abnormality. His face was filled with shock because he faintly felt that this energy belonged to the corporeal space. But in this world, not to mention the corporeal space, even the domain space couldn't be opened. So, how was Zi-Chen able to use the power of the corporeal space? Just as Xue Ming was puzzled, the 4 fire pythons descended and exploded. A powerful destructive force appeared and rushed into Zi-Chen's corporeal space, then began to wantonly destroy Zi-Chen's external defenses. But at this moment, Zi-Chen was using the power of his boundless space. Although he couldn't use too much of it to attack, it was more than enough for defense. Following the shattering of these light shields, in the next moment new light shields would appear around Zi-Chen's body, layer by layer. However, because this energy was too terrifying, the speed at which Zi-Chen's barriers appeared was slower than the speed at which they were destroyed. In the end, the energy broke through all the barriers and arrived in front of Zi-Chen. Under the impact of this energy, Zi-Chen coughed up a large mouthful of blood. But because of the many barriers neutralized it, the energy wasn't life-threatening. Zi-Chen had been able to block such a powerful attack. But the price was that his corporeal space automatically shrank and couldn't be opened for a while. A vacuum of energy formed around Zi-Chen. After swallowing 2 more drops of king-level origin fluid, he stood there, quietly recovering from his injuries. Around him, violent energy dissipated in all directions. After a long time, the energy dissipated. Then, everyone was shocked to find that Zi-Chen was still alive in the sky. Not only was he alive, but he seemed to be living well. How could this be? The cultivators from the 3 factions were all dumbfounded. Yan Fun's expression was ugly, but he keenly noticed something unusual. His defensive barrier is gone. He's dead for sure. Miao Jindong and Wan Xiong also noticed this phenomenon, which was why they didn't get angry. In the sky, the 4 array masters also noticed this scene. Their shocked expressions eased a little. After exchanging a glance, a faint smile appeared on their faces. Zi-Chen was dead for sure after the final attack. Therefore, they didn't want to fail after comprehending a king-level array. You should be proud of yourself for being able to block 2 of our combined attacks as a mere corporeal realm cultivator. However, you don't have any defensive means. You're dead for sure after the next attack. The array master in the sky spoke again, his voice indifferent. Zi-Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. He opened his eyes and swept them across the 4 array masters in the sky. We'll know who lives and who dies after we try. Humph, shameless boasting. Our final attack is called the Flame Dragon Burst. It's also our strongest attack. Zi-Chen's expression turned serious when he heard the array master's words, but he didn't say anything else. In the distance, the people from the 3 factions were completely relieved after hearing this. Big brother! Behind Xueming, a burly domain realm cultivator couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Xueming smiled faintly. His smile was somewhat meaningful. There was also a small commotion in the direction of the other factions. In the sky, the 4 array masters once again formed hand seals. The array diagram revolved even faster as the spatial pressure directly enveloped Zi-Chen's body. At this moment, Zi-Chen was practically unable to move. The array master smiled knowingly when he saw this scene. The people from the 3 factions also heaved a huge sigh of relief. This time, there would be no more unforeseen events. Zi-Chen was dead for sure. As the final seal fell, a sinister killing intent flashed in the array master's eyes. Soon after, a cold shout rang out in the sky. Flame Dragon burst. Roar. 4 furious roars rang out from the sky. Soon after, the 4 fire pythons appeared again. However, this time around, the power that filled the fire pythons was extremely violent. Waves of destructive auras were released one after another. Just as the array master had said, this attack was the strongest. Haha, Zi-Chen, you're dead for sure. Yan Fen laughed heartily. A mere Hu Pingqing at the end of his lifespan dares to clamor with us here. This is your fate. Ling Dong also said coldly. Miao Zhendong also nodded and sneered. Wan Xiong also heaved a sigh of relief. This time, many of his men had been killed by Zi-Chen. In the sky, the 4 berserk fire pythons descended from the sky. In the distance, everyone looked up at the fire pythons in the sky. Under the illumination of the flames, their expressions were very complicated. Big brother, if it wasn't for Zi-Chen last time, I would have been dead. He saved my life. Behind Xueming, a burly domain realm expert said. This person was the half-step domain realm expert who had fought with the Shadow Blade Devil. The smile on Xueming's face did not fade. He nodded and said, Well, then let's help him a little. As he spoke, Xueming's indifferent aura suddenly turned cold. In the next moment, a domain weapon appeared in his hand. This domain weapon was in the shape of a sword, and its entire body was shining brightly. The moment Xueming grasped the long sword, a sharp sword intent appeared. He held the sword and slashed forward. Swoosh! A blinding sword light that was thousands of meters long, carrying an unparalleled sword intent, rushed toward a berserk fire dragon in front of him. Just as Xueming attacked, a group of cultivators in another direction walked up to their leader and pleaded in a low voice. My lord, when the 3 forces suppressed us last time, it was Zi-Chen who came and killed them. This was the city where number 64 was located. The leader was a cold-faced man. He glanced at his subordinates and said indifferently, He's here for revenge. He doesn't really want to save you. We know, but he didn't take away the loot. It's still a kind of help to us, the cultivator said again. The cold-faced man nodded and said, It's rare for you to have such thoughts. Fine, I'll help you this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a long saber appeared in his hand. The saber was as black as ink, and the moment it appeared, it emitted a heart-palpitating aura. He held the saber and slashed forward. A blade light that was thousands of meters long shot forward. However, just as he attacked, the cold-faced man saw a sword aura in the distance that soared into the sky. He was slightly stunned. The same scene occurred in 2 other places. Although this isn't a favor, and we don't have to participate in this matter, I have to say that the actions of the 3 forces this time are really annoying. Moreover, Yanbo Castle is only number 83. They're nothing compared to us." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying palm print followed the blade light and soared aura and rushed forward. The one who attacked was from number 69 city. Although we're ranked number 75, not everyone can scheme against us. 3 forces, tisk, another terrifying attack, rushed toward the fire dragons in the sky. The 4 attacks seemed to have been discussed in advance, and they all rushed toward the 4 fire dragons. This sudden change caused an uproar. The cultivators of the 3 forces were even more shocked. "Damn it, what are you doing? Are you trying to go against us 3 forces?" Wan Xiong and Miao Jindong's expressions turned ugly. Yan Fen couldn't help but curse. Ling Dong was so angry that he stomped his feet. Helpless, the 4 of them could only attack to intercept the 4 attacks. However, the speed of the attacks was so fast that it wasn't easy to intercept them. The sudden addition of 4 attacks surprised Ziqin. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the array master in the sky snort again. Immediately after, Ziqin saw that when the array diagram dissipated, a large screen of light descended from the sky and blocked the 4 attacks. Swoosh! Swoosh! The power of the light screen wasn't strong, and the 4 attacks quickly passed through it. However, the crowd was shocked to find that 40% of the power contained in the 4 attacks was neutralized by the light screen. As for the other 60% of the attacks, they were no longer a threat to the 4 violent fire dragons. Boom! The 4 attacks landed on the fire dragons, but they didn't destroy them. They only depleted some of the fire dragons' energy. Even so, the power contained in the 4 fire dragons wasn't any weaker than the second attack. At this moment, Ziqin didn't have any defensive means. Even the second attack was enough to kill him. When Xueming and the rest saw the scene, each of them shook their heads. Clearly, 1 strike was enough. As for Ziqin, he could only fend for himself. Chapter 1380. Dead. He was finally going to die. Today's plan to kill Ziqin had been full of twists and turns. Wan Xiong and the others had been tense and relaxed several times. Fortunately, they were all cultivators with strong minds. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not have been able to bear it. This Ziqin was indeed worthy of being the leader of Huping City. The difficulty of killing him was much greater than the previous few. The people from the 3 forces were relieved. It was obvious that there would be no more unforeseen events. Ziqin had lost his defensive means and would definitely die in the face of the 4 fire pythons. Xueming and the others shook their heads. They wanted to attack, but their opponent had many tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps this was fate. Perhaps this was Ziqin's fate. At this moment, those who did not believe in fate also believed in it. However, Ziqin did not believe that he was not dead yet. At least, he was not dead yet. He flipped his hand, and a milky, white pearl appeared in his hand. The pearl was the size of a walnut and emitted a white halo. This was the Spirit Gathering Pearl, which came from a domain realm cultivator in Yanbo Castle. It could be used once. The moment Ziqin took out the Spirit Gathering Pearl, he controlled his powerful spiritual thoughts and directly absorbed the power in the pearl. After the power from the mid-stage domain realm entered his body, it quickly transformed into Ziqin's own power. The power split into 2 and turned into gold and silver lightning power. Then the gold and silver lightning power converged on the long saber in Ziqin's hand. For a moment, the entire scabbard was suffused with gold and silver lightning. Ziqin held the sabers hilt tightly and stared coldly at the 4 weakened fire pythons. In his sea of consciousness, the perfect spiritual thought was quickly analyzing the saber drawing technique. Now, he could split 1 saber into 3. However, there were 4 fire pythons, so he had to split 1 saber into 4. Amidst the dangerous aura and the pressure of death, the perfect spiritual thought, which was already effective quickly, unleashed its great potential at this moment. He drew his saber again and again, and the saber flashed again and again. Finally, when he drew his saber, it turned into 4 rays of light. In an instant, Zi-Chen's eyes were filled with a cold light. He drew his saber instantly. Swoosh! The moment he drew his saber, the world began to flash with golden and silver lightning. The light was like tiny lightning snakes that surrounded Zi-Chen. Surrounded by these tiny lightning snakes, the gold-and-silver saber light split into 4 and slashed at the 4 descending fire pythons. A powerful aura surged between heaven and earth at this moment. This aura was far stronger than any of the previous attacks Zi-Chen had used, because the beginning of this attack had borrowed the power of the domain. After Zi-Chen absorbed this power, he quickly turned it into gold and silver lightning power and activated it with the draw. This saber strike was dazzling and piercing to the point that people could not help but feel pain in their eyes. Tears involuntarily flowed down their cheeks. This slash was extremely powerful, far surpassing the power of the 4 fire pythons. It made people's hearts tremble. This attack was also beyond Zi-Chen's limits. The saber light swept past the fire python, and the latter let out a wail before dissipating. At the moment when the 4 fire pythons dissipated, the saber light also soared into the sky, directly crushing the raging flames that filled the sky. The saber light dissipated, and so did the flames. Puff, 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 puff. The 4 array masters coughed up blood in the air. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they were shocked. Unforeseen event, another unforeseen event. In the distance, although the crowd had already become numb due to the many changes in their expressions today, they were also shocked and horrified by Zi-Chen's stunning saber strike. The few leaders who had just attacked also revealed stunned expressions. However, they quickly began to laugh softly. It seemed that the people from the 3 forces were crying now. Indeed, at this moment, Yan Fun and the others had the urge to cry. Didn't they just plot against Zi-Chen to kill Zi-Chen? But Zi-Chen could not have launched a desperate counterattack every time he was about to die. Furthermore, the counterattack this time was so thorough that Zi-Chen himself didn't even have the slightest bit of injury. In the distance, many cultivators who had directly or indirectly received help from Zi-Chen could not help but cheer when they saw this scene. Compared to the hateful 3 forces, they naturally did not want Zi-Chen to die. As for the other onlookers, they were in an uproar because of this scene. Thinking back to Zi-Chen's saber strike, it was indeed terrifying. Swoosh! However, just as the crowd was in a state of shock, Zi-Chen made his move. With a burst of speed, he rushed to the side of one of the array masters in the sky and unsheathed the long saber that he had just sheathed. Clang! This time, the saber made a crisp sound as the saber light flashed. Although it was only a saber light this time, and its power was far less than before, it had no problem killing an array master who was not good at close combat. As the saber was sheathed, Zi-Chen did not even look at the array master. With a move of his feet, his figure disappeared again. As if he had teleported or walked on the network of space, Zi-Chen reappeared in front of the second array master. When the saber was unsheathed again, the array master's face was completely frozen with shock after the saber light disappeared. Hurry up and dodge, dodge. After killing 2 people in a row, the others finally reacted. From afar, they heard Wan Xiong shouts, "Hurry up and retreat." Wan Xiong kept shouting and waving his hand at the same time. But why did it have to be Wan Xiong? Because the remaining 2 array masters were his people. As for the 2 from Yanba Castle and Miao Dongcheng, they had already been killed by Zi-Chen. Just as Wan Xiong was shouting anxiously, Miao Zhendong glanced at Yan Fun with a gloomy face. The current situation was obviously the most dangerous moment. They had lost all their trump cards. Next, Zi-Chen would kill them all, although they had a few spirit-gathering pearls on them. None of them could display the power of the pearls to such an extent like Zi-Chen. Cheers could still be heard in the distance. Obviously, There were too many cultivators waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. And it was true. If they did not have any tricks up their sleeves, they would be slaughtered one by Zichen. As for running in front of Zichen, no one dared to say that they could escape. Just as Wan Xiong was feeling sorry for the two array masters, Miao Zhendong and Yan Fen looked at each other and nodded. Although the corners of Yan Fen's eyes twitched painfully, he still took out a round ball from his chest. This round ball flickered with bright lightning. It looked like a dazzling lightning ball. After a slight hesitation, he opened the lightning ball in his hand. Swoosh! At this moment, Yan Fen suddenly saw that Zichen had disappeared in front of him. He had a bad feeling. After a scream, he retreated. At the same time, he threw the lightning ball in his hand forward. Boom! When the lightning ball was 10 meters away from the body, it directly exploded. The void was directly blown into a huge black hole. The explosion of the lightning ball seemed to have shattered the space and connected to the spatial turbulence. A strong suction force was also emitted from the huge black hole. Zichen's figure appeared at the spot where Yan Fen was previously standing. The moment he appeared, he felt a strong suction force behind him. Without looking back, he could guess what happened behind him. His face changed slightly. Gold and silver lightning flashed around his body. He wanted to break free from the suction force. However, in the next moment, rays of light shot out from the black hole. Like ropes, they wrapped around Zichen's body and pulled him towards the black hole. Roar! A violent, beastly roar came from the black hole in the next moment. Then, an extremely ugly head appeared in the black hole. This head was very ugly, but it was very scary. Its pair of ferocious eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. After the head extended out, its body followed closely behind. It actually possessed a human body. Two coarse, large hands extended out and grabbed at the light ray that extended out. From the looks of it, it was actually trying to pull Zichen in. Such a sudden change caused everyone to be shocked once again. They did not expect that the three powers would actually still have a trump card up their sleeves. The big guy in the black hole did not look like a good guy. If Zichen was pulled in, he would be in big trouble. The big guy seemed to be unable to come out, so it could only stay in the black hole. It kept dragging the rays of light that wrapped around Zichen. Zichen's face changed dramatically. He kept unsheathing the long saber in his hand. Rays of light flashed. However, these rays of light were extremely tough. After falling on Zichen's body, they seemed to want to integrate into his body and his strength. Zichen slashed down with his saber. He felt that the meridians in his body were shaken, and a sharp pain came. At this moment, Zichen could not break free from the shackles of the rays of light. As he exerted his strength, he felt a sharp pain coming from his body. It was as if the rays of light had become a part of his body. They became his blood vessels, his meridians, his tendons, and his bones. Every time he moved, it was as if his bones were being dug out and his tendons were being pulled out. Hee, let's see if you can still survive. The power of the black hole was really strong. Moreover, the big guy looked very frightening. The others also retreated far away. However, Ling Dong was a step slower. At the same time, he turned around and smiled coldly at Zichen. Zichen seemed to feel the arrival of death. His eyes became crazy. He looked up to the sky and roared. The power in his body was pushed to the limit. Swoosh! Dazzling lightning was released from his body. Then, he used all his strength to rush forward. At this moment, the rays of light were stretched endlessly by Zichen. As he rushed forward, he screamed in pain. The pain was indescribable. He seemed to have gone crazy. His skin was covered in blood. However, he still endured the pain and rushed forward. Ling Dong, who had a look of sarcasm, changed his face in the next moment. He did not expect Zichen to be able to rush in front of him. Swoosh! The long saber in Zichen's hand lit up for the last time. The long saber was unsheathed and slashed towards Ling Dong. Pum! This slash successfully chopped off Ling Dong's head. However, the long saber itself had suffered too much power today and directly exploded. After using the last of his strength to pull out the saber, Zichen no longer had the strength to tangle with the rays of light. His whole body was pulled in just like that. Chapter 1381. The battle was finally over. That was what everyone wanted to say. The battle hadn't lasted long, but the various waves made everyone's mood fluctuate. The leaders of the three factions in particular had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow several times. Fortunately, it was all over. After this battle, they fully realized how powerful Zichen was. They also finally realized that besieging wasn't suitable for everyone. If Yanfen hadn't decisively used his token to give up an opportunity, everyone present would have died. Zichen had been swallowed by the black hole, so it was unlikely that he would have survived. Although they didn't get what they wanted from Zichen this time, at least they killed Zichen. After witnessing how powerful Zichen was, it was enough to kill him. After a brief moment of joy, the three factions had to face another problem. The other factions. Many factions had gathered here because they wanted to kill Zichen. Although not everyone was present, it was enough to attract the attention of these cultivators. Swoosh! Swoosh! Rays of light flashed as the cultivators from the three factions in the distance surrounded them, forming a huge encirclement. This time, the three factions had suffered heavy losses, coupled with the death of the four array masters. Their combat strength had been greatly reduced. If the other factions joined forces now, the three factions would definitely be in danger. The three factions were on guard, but the other factions didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Xueming glanced at Wan Xiong and the others and said indifferently, "Brother Wan, don't be too complacent." "What do you mean?" Wan Xiong frowned as he looked at Xueming. "I'm sure you know best whether Zichen's friends are dead or not. What if Zichen is lucky enough to survive? Still alive? How is that possible? This is the Manor Realm. Anything can happen." Xueming smiled faintly and said, "Of course, Brother Wan, don't mind me. I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else." With that, Xueming left. If Zichen is really not dead, and the companions you forced into a dead-end return, then there'll be a good show to watch. Another leader smiled faintly and left with his people. Everyone left one after another, leaving behind the people from the three forces. However, there was no joy from victory on their faces. Instead, there was deep worry on their faces. Although the possibility of Zichen dying was very high, it was just as Xueming said. If he really didn't die, they didn't die either. Or rather, they didn't all die. Everyone, keep a low profile in the future. Our next goal is to break through. Wan Xiong muttered to himself for a moment before he indifferently said. After that, Miao Zhendong and Yanfen also gave the same orders to their subordinates. It was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, working hard to cultivate was the way to go. Zichen lost the ability to resist and was brought back by the light. A trace of cruelty flashed across the big guy's ugly face. It wanted to tear Zichen apart. However, because Zichen no longer resisted, the speed of the beam of light retracted even faster. The big guy made a mistake in its judgment and failed to kill Zichen in one strike. Zichen's body was also dragged into the distance by the beam of light. The spatial energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. This energy tore apart Zichen's clothes and brought him to another place. Behind him, the ugly guy in human form was still chasing after him, roaring unwillingly. The opponent's speed was very fast, but at this moment, it couldn't catch up with the speed of the light. Zichen looked at the opponent with a trace of disdain. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. It was the light that dragged Zichen into something. A huge impact rushed from the back of his head. Zichen's vision turned black and he fainted. As he fainted, Zichen saw the ugly guy. The latter had already followed him. At that moment, Zichen realized that the light that was dragging him had vanished. He cried out inwardly as his vision turned black and he immediately lost consciousness. In his coma, Zichen felt as though thousands of huge mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He panted heavily, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his pitch-black pupils gradually regained their luster. "I'm not dead." Zichen looked up and looked around. This was a spacious area, and there was nothing else in the surroundings. Even the ugly big guy from before had disappeared without a trace. Zichen crawled up from the ground. He appeared to be very confused as he subconsciously scratched his head. Then he felt a piercing pain. There was a very large bump on the back of his head. Only then did Zichen recall that he had knocked into something and fainted. He was very puzzled. With his perfect body, shouldn't he have been smashed into something? Why was he still knocked unconscious? After Zichen turned around, he saw a tall stone monument. The stone monument was black and was 3 meters tall. Where Zichen stood, he saw that there were no words on the stone monument. There weren't even any patterns on it. As he looked up, Zichen realized that the wordless stone monument was broken. It was as though it had been shattered by a huge force. The stone monument's fracture was very irregular. As he carefully sized it up, Zichen realized that the stone monument was on a high platform, and he was now on it. In the surroundings, there was only one platform and one stone stele. As for Zichen, he seemed to understand everything. The thread that wrapped around him had pulled him here. After slamming into the stone monument, the thread disappeared. Or rather, the thread was emitted by the stone monument. But where was that ugly big guy? Why was there no trace of him? Back then, the other party had a murderous look on its face. It probably wouldn't have let him off. But why didn't it kill him? Zichen figured out some things, but he was still puzzled. He circled the stone monument a few times, but didn't find anything abnormal. Helpless, he could only walk down the high platform and walk around. After making a small round, Zichen turned back and returned to the group. He returned to the high platform and sat down around the stone monument. Then he sat cross-legged and began to recover from his injuries. Although he had obtained a complete victory in the previous battle, he had also suffered serious injuries. Zichen sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. His cultivation technique began circulating as the purest lightning power circulated. Behind Zichen, the wordless stone monument released a faint halo in the next moment. Following that, a powerful pressure was released and spread in all directions. Zichen was enveloped by the pressure, but he didn't feel anything unusual. In the distance, a pair of cold and murderous eyes stared at Zichen. Zichen, who was recuperating, felt that the energy in his body seemed to have become very active. The efficiency of his healing had also greatly increased. Vaguely, he felt that he had reached the peak of the middle stage and seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. After about a day, Zichen opened his eyes again. His injuries had healed. During this time, his spiritual senses had been spread out in the distance, but he didn't find anything abnormal. What is this place? Is it a land of death or a cage? Zichen looked up at the gray sky. There wasn't even a basic day or night here. There was no change in time. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen left the high platform and decided to look around. A few hundred meters in front of him was a dark area. Before his injuries had healed, he stopped there. But now that his injuries were healed, he decided to go deeper. When his spiritual senses reached there, he couldn't extend them. Zichen could only walk over. Boom! But as soon as he stepped into the dark area, Zichen heard a rumbling sound. Then, a dazzling brilliance appeared in front of him. It was as if the darkness had turned into dawn in an instant. The dazzling brilliance made Zichen unable to open his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, Zichen felt a dangerous aura. He subconsciously took a step back. Bang! However, it was still too late. A powerful force directly hit his body, directly sending him flying. He flew for nearly 100 meters before Zichen fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's Zichen stood up again. His eyes were full of shock. Just now, he had seen an endless amount of lightning. Those lightning bolts were the source of the dazzling light. Apart from the lightning bolts, Zichen had also seen that ugly big guy. The reason why he had been sent flying was because of that big guy. If he had not reacted in time, he would not have been hit by that big guy. Instead, he would have been caught by that big guy. After standing up, Zichen retreated until he was in front of the high platform. Then his eyes flashed with golden and silver lightning bolts. He used the yin-yang eye again. With the yin-yang eye, Zichen could see through the dark area in front of him. Sure enough, after passing through there was a sea of lightning. The dark area was like a light shield that blocked the sea of lightning. And in the sea of lightning, the ugly humanoid creature was bathed in the sea of lightning. Its eyes were also staring coldly at Zichen. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. Zichen could not only see the murderous intent in the other's eyes, but also the fear in the other's eyes. In addition, there seemed to be another emotion. As for the other's fear, it naturally came from the stone tablet. However, Zichen looked back. Under the yin-yang eye, the stone tablet was still the same. There was nothing unusual about it. As the light in his eyes disappeared, Zichen's vision fell into darkness again. Then, Zichen had to admit that he was trapped. That big guy was very strong. Zichen was no match for it. In the next 2 days, Zichen tried to break through the sea of lightning. However, it was impossible. The big guy was waiting outside without rest. As soon as he went out, it would definitely attack him. And after 2 exchanges, Zichen had to admit that the other had the qualifications to completely defeat him. During these 2 days, Zichen also tried to study the stone tablet. However, it seemed to be a wordless stone tablet. There was nothing special about it. Am I going to be trapped here forever? Regarding this, Zichen felt like crying. This was because he could not open his corporeal space. Clearly, it was suppressed by some kind of power. And if he could not open his corporeal space, it would be even more difficult for Zichen to break through. After being frustrated for several days, Zichen felt that he had to find a way to escape. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to think carefully about some problems. Chapter 1382. It took Zichen 2 whole days to recall what had happened. When Yen Fun threw that thing out, there was an obvious look of pain on his face. This proved that this place should be a place of opportunity and not a place of death. After those rays of light entered Zichen's body, they seemed to have directly integrated into his body. This integration did not make Zichen feel any discomfort. It was as if they were of the same origin. In the end, Zichen was brought to this place. The outside world was a sea of lightning. However, there was a wordless stone tablet in the depths. The stone tablet was located here, but it was isolated from the sea of lightning. During this period, Zichen explored the sea of lightning. When he fought with the big guy, he found that the big guy was very strong. However, it did not dare to come close to the space covered by the stone tablet. It looked at Zichen with eyes full of cruel killing intent. However, when it looked at the stone tablet, there was a touch of greed. All the signs indicated that this place was not ordinary. However, Zichen searched this place for a long time. Other than the stone tablet, he could not find anything else. Therefore, after thinking for 2 days, Zichen stood up. Under the resentful eyes of the big guy outside, he walked to the high platform and stood in front of the stone tablet. The broken stone tablet still gave people an extraordinary feeling. He felt that the root of all the problems was here. Zichen looked at the stone tablet and took a deep breath. Whether his guess was correct or not, and whether there was something strange about the stone tablet would depend on the next moment. Zi-Chun stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed on the stone tablet. Then the pure gold and silver lightning power in his body began to surge and slowly pour into the stone tablet. The stone tablet was as black as ink. When Zi-Chun poured his power into it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not even cause the slightest ripple. Zi-Chun continued to pour his power into it, but the stone tablet did not have the slightest reaction. Zi-Chun's face gradually became nervous. Did I guess wrong? After pouring a lot of energy into the stone tablet, there was still no reaction. Zi-Chun's heart sank. As time passed, Zi-Chun shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that he had to find another way. Sigh. Zi-Chun sighed in disappointment. Buzz. However, in the next moment, the pitch-black stone tablet suddenly emitted a halo of light. At the same time, the entire stone tablet began to tremble slightly. A terrifying pressure was released from the stone tablet and swept out into the distance. Zi-Chun was in the middle of the pressure, but he did not feel uncomfortable at all. In the dark area behind Zi-Chun, a terrified roar suddenly rang out. The big guy was swept away by the pressure and jumped back like a frightened rabbit. The stone tablet trembled slightly. The light on the surface of its body was like a ripple that spread in all directions. Zi-Chun raised his head and looked at the stone tablet. As the light spread out, words appeared on the stone tablet. Zi-Chun's eyes immediately showed surprise. Then he opened his eyes wide and stared at the words that appeared. The words that appeared were very ancient, so ancient that Zi-Chun could not recognize them. However, there was some kind of brand on the words. Zi-Chun immediately understood the meaning of the words. 9. This was the first word. Then, another word appeared from below. This word was as dazzling as the stars. Star. The second word appeared as well. It was as bright as the stars. 9 star. Seeing these two words, Zi-Chun's face was filled with doubt. He wondered if this stone tablet was related to the mysterious star tribe. On the huge stone tablet, only these two words appeared. There was still a large space on the stone tablet, but the words did not appear anymore. Zi-Chun could not understand the true meaning of these two words. Just as he was puzzled, he realized that even the light on the stone tablet was showing signs of dissipating. Zi-Chun was stunned. Only then did he realize that his hand had left the stone tablet. He did not know why, but he quickly placed it on the stone tablet and continued to channel energy. The halo that was about to dissipate on the stone tablet became stronger once again. Little ripples spread out. Soon after, some words appeared on the stone tablet. Following the increase in the injection of the lightning energy in Zi-Chun's body, the third word quickly appeared. It was a dazzling and violent word. It was also the word that Zi-Chun cared a lot about. Using the meaning that Zi-Chun understood, this word was called thunder. Zi-Chun originally guessed that this word should be related to lightning. Now that he finally saw the word thunder, he was very excited. Just as the third word appeared, the fourth word also appeared on the stone tablet. It was a flamboyant and domineering word that meant king. When the 4 words appeared, it meant 9-star Thunder King. Zi-Chun could not help but guess that it meant the tomb of the 9-star Thunder King. He guessed that this was the place where an expert fell or was buried. However, when the 5th word appeared, Zi-Chun was stunned. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He saw that the 5th word, which carried a heavy aura, was actually the word body. Moreover, the 5th word was also the last word. When the 5 words were combined, it was the 9-star Thunder King body. Just from the words alone, Zi-Chun could guess the meaning of these 5 words. This was an extremely powerful technique. Moreover, it was a rare body refining technique. Of course, this was a body refining technique from the Thunder tribe. Following the appearance of these 5 large words, some fine and small words appeared below them. These small words were concise and profound. They were the general principles of the 9-star Thunder King body. After fusing these words into his mind, Zichen felt his vision blur. The scene in front of him disappeared, and he found himself in a strange space of a sea of lightning. There was an imposing figure here. This figure was completely formed by lightning, and there was a violent aura flashing around it. He was in the space of a sea of lightning, and the boundless sea of lightning in the surroundings converged toward him. The lightning energy in this sea of lightning was constantly refining his body. Following the surging of the lightning energy in the sea of lightning, there seemed to be a few Xingqin flashing around this figure. In the space of a sea of lightning, this figure was using the lightning energy to refine his body. Although this looked very similar to the heavenly lightning body tempering art that Zichen had cultivated, the difference between the two was really too great. When the scene in front of Zichen disappeared and his blank eyes regained their clarity, the words on the stone tablet had completely disappeared. The stone tablet had once again become a stone tablet without words. However, Zichen clearly remembered the words that had just appeared on the stone tablet. 9-star Thunder King body. After regaining his consciousness, Zichen could not hide the excitement in his heart after understanding the 9-star Thunder King body. This was because this was a body refining technique that was specially created for the domain realm. Every star represented a level in the domain realm. After cultivating the 9-star Thunder King body, Zichen's physical body would be comparable to a 9th level domain realm existence. Similarly, as long as Zichen cultivated to 1 star, his physical strength would be comparable to a 1st level domain realm expert. This was simply a huge opportunity for Zichen, who had been unable to increase his Yuan power realm for a long time. In the outside world, the endless sea of lightning provided Zichen with the resources to advance to 1 star. Of course, it was not easy to smoothly absorb the energy there, because there was still a big guy eyeing him covetously. Following this, Zichen used an entire 7 days to comprehend the 9-star Thunder King body. After understanding some of the mysteries of cultivation, Zichen decided to start cultivating this powerful body technique. This body technique was obviously at the king level as well. However, it was at the peak of the king level, which meant that it was the best amongst the 9 levels. It was of a higher grade than all the techniques that Zichen had mastered so far. The first step of body refining was not to use the lightning energy of the outside world to refine the body. Instead, it was to use one's own lightning energy to refine the body, allowing the body's level to be equal to the level of one's spiritual power. Just from this point alone, Zichen, who possessed a perfect body, still had an enormous advantage. This was because his constitution had always been improving along with his level. Right now, Zichen's Yuan power level was at the peak of the mid-corporeal realm. Naturally, his constitution was also at the peak of the mid-corporeal realm. Zichen sat down cross-legged as the gold and silver lightning energy in his body began to circulate. After using the refining method recorded in the 9-star Thunder King body, Zichen discovered that his constitution was like a dried-up desert meeting rain when it came into contact with his own lightning energy. His body began to frantically absorb the lightning energy in his body. This kind of absorption could no longer be called refining, it was pure absorption. Just like a sponge, Zichen's constitution already had very few impurities. The only thing that was lacking now was lightning energy. Under this kind of natural absorption, the lightning energy entered every part of Zichen's body, his bones, flesh, meridians, bone marrow, and even his cells. Every part of his body was frantically absorbing this energy. As his body continued to absorb, Zichen's constitution also improved by leaps and bounds. 5 days later, Zichen, who had reached the limit of his lightning energy absorption, could clearly feel the sound of thunder roaring in his body. Immediately after, an even more frantic and ferocious suction force emerged from every part of his body. Just as the sound of thunder dissipated and the crazy suction force in his body had absorbed enough energy, Zichen's physical body level broke through once again and reached the late corporeal realm. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach the 1-star level, the breakthrough in his constitution was still a huge improvement for Zichen. After all, many domain realm cultivators didn't even have the constitution of the late corporeal realm. Right now, his body's defensive power was comparable to wearing a late corporeal realm defensive armor. After the breakthrough in his constitution, Zichen could clearly feel that the speed at which his body absorbed energy had greatly decreased. In the end, his body had even stopped absorbing the yuan power in abdomen. Zichen knew that it was time to use the lightning energy to refine his body. At this point, Zichen had no choice but to consider how he should deal with the big guy outside. After all, with it guarding outside, it would be unrealistic for Zichen to cultivate there. Chapter 1383. Endless thunderbolts wreaked havoc in the sea of lightning. The power of the thunderbolts was extremely frightening. Even a domain stage expert would have to tread cautiously in this place. A single mistake could result in death. This was also the reason why Yan Fen chose to retreat after reaching this place. However, Zichen was a lightning cultivator and was immune to the power of the thunderbolts. Hence, there was no need for him to fear them. Similarly, the big guy seemed to have been born from the sea of lightning. Furthermore, it was indeed very strong and did not fear the thunderbolts. The big guy's eyes were fixed on Zichen. It did not rest or sleep. It could see every tiny movement of Zichen's. Naturally, the big guy's face was filled with hatred and greed when it saw the change in front of the stone tablet. Hence, the big guy had locked onto Zichen the moment he appeared. Roar! With a roar, the big guy released a powerful force. The originally violent sea of lightning became even more frightening in the next moment. As the thunderbolt surged, the big guy clenched its fist and attacked Zichen fiercely. The sea of lightning was violent, and deafening sounds continuously rang out. The bright and glaring fist passed through the thunderbolts in the sky and arrived in front of Zichen. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He clenched his fist, and the blood in his body started to boil. Faint sounds of thunder rang out from within his body. A powerful aura was released from Zichen's body. He fully displayed the strength of his physical body. At the same time, the gold and silver thunderbolts in abdomen also appeared on the surface of his fist. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He also threw a punch fiercely. Boom! When their fists collided, the space where the two of them were located clearly shook. Soon after, a wild and violent energy was released. Under the surge of this energy, the surrounding surging thunderbolts were also forcefully pushed away. Immediately, a vacuum appeared between the two of them. However, there was wild and violent lightning strength surging within this vacuum. After throwing a punch, Zichen felt a huge force coming towards him. He could not help but take a few steps back. Immediately after, he tasted something sweet in his throat and almost vomited blood. Looking at the front again, the big guy's body swayed, but it also took a step back. In the past, Zichen would be defeated and injured in a single move when they fought. Today, however, he was able to force his opponent to take a step back. This was also due to the upgrade of his constitution. This remarkable effect caused Zichen's face to clearly show a hint of pride. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with excitement, and once again rushed towards the big guy. Again, as Zichen's loud roar rang out, his fist, which was flickering with gold and silver lightning, was once again thrown forward. Roar! Zichen's provocation infuriated the big guy. It roared at the sky, clenched its fist, and punched at Zichen. The power of this punch was so strong that it caused the surrounding space to distort. Zichen felt that his speed had been greatly reduced, and his expression changed. He had never expected that the latter would have such a trick up his sleeve. Bang! As the punch landed, Zichun was sent flying. As he flew backwards, Zichun coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the light barrier behind him did not obstruct him, and Zichun landed in the safe zone of the stone tablet. Upon seeing Zichun disappear, the big guy roared again and again in anger. After standing up again, Zichun's face did not show any signs of dejection. Instead, there was a sliver of pride on his face. This was because when he was in the sea of lightning, he had managed to open a sliver of his corporeal space. After the two exchanges, his corporeal space had absorbed quite a bit of lightning power from the outside world. Although Zichun was currently unable to enter the corporeal space, he was still able to open a sliver of it and draw out the lightning power from within. The big guy was very strong, and, of course, it also had some kind of intelligence. Therefore, Zichun pretended to be injured and sat in front of the stone tablet. Although he looked like he was healing himself, he was actually using the lightning power to refine his body. As the lightning power entered his body, a violent aura was released. The corners of Zichun's eyes could not help but twitch as an indescribable, piercing pain spread from his body. Zichun had experienced many lightning tribulations along the way. He had even experienced many lightning tribulations when he was at the Earth Yuan level. However, compared to the lightning power he was currently absorbing, the pain was nothing. This was because the lightning power seemed to have entered the deepest part of his body. It was like 10,000 ants gnawing at his bones. It was extremely painful, but also extremely itchy. It was not easy for Zichun to pretend as if nothing had happened despite the pain. Time passed just like this. After Zichun had finished refining the lightning power, he would go outside and exchange a few blows with the big guy. Then he would collect some lightning power and cultivate again. Soon a month had passed. Zichun had improved a lot. When he fought with the big guy, he was no longer in such a sorry state. He was usually defeated after 3 to 5 blows. 2 months had passed, and Zichun's physical strength had improved tremendously. Then 3 months, half a year, and finally a year. While Zichun was working hard to break through to the 1-star Thunder King physique, the cultivators on the 9th level of the Serene Tower were also looking for their own opportunities. Because of Zichun, the 3 factions kept a low profile. However, because this was the Mana realm, there were many opportunities. Therefore, many cultivators also made breakthroughs in the following days. More and more cultivators broke through to the domain realm. The half-step domain realm cultivators became the weakest existences. One by one, opportunities were discovered. The 3 factions who had been holding a grudge against Zichun and the others were completely relieved after a year. The name Zichun had finally become a thing of the past. Another year passed. Almost all the opportunities on the 9th level had been found. Many people and factions began to search for the passage to the 8th level. The main camp of the 3 forces was located on a piece of flat land. There were numerous buildings here. These buildings were all refined by cultivators and could be large or small. The leaders of the 3 factions were in the largest building. They were all in seclusion during this time. There were some domain realm cultivators patrolling outside the building. Every time their eyes fell on the building, they would show a sense of urgency on their faces. 2 years had passed, and Zichun was no longer a threat. However, the 3 factions could no longer maintain a high profile. Because their leader was in seclusion and the other factions were deliberately suppressing them, not only were they not imposing, they were even bullied by the other factions, which made them feel very sullen. It was said that several people from the other factions had broken through to the mid-stage of the 1st stage domain realm. Moreover, they had all comprehended extremely powerful king realm battle skills. Boom! One day, a powerful aura spread out from the building. This aura was very powerful, far more powerful than that of an ordinary mid-stage, 1st stage domain realm cultivator. The moment this aura appeared, it was accompanied by hearty laughter. Hearing this laughter, the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City were all excited. They knew that their leader, Wan Xiong, was finally coming out of seclusion. Haha, after 2 years of seclusion, I finally comprehended a battle skill that belongs to me. Wan Xiong's proud laughter rang out again. When the crowd heard this, their expressions became even more excited. A battle skill that belonged to them had another name. It was called innate ability. Innate ability was the most suitable for them. Its power was much stronger than that of King Realm battle skills. Boom! Just as Wan Xiong's laughter fell, another powerful aura spread out from the building. This aura was very sharp and powerful. It was not weaker than Wan Xiong's aura at all. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Wan. Following this sound, another congratulatory voice rang out. Hearing this voice, the cultivators of Miao Dongqing seemed to have found their backbone. They almost burst into tears of joy. In the past 2 years, they had suffered too much oppression. Now, their leader had finally come out of seclusion. Haha, Brother Miao, you're too kind. It seems that you've gained a lot this time. Wan Xiong's laughter rang out. It's nothing. Miao Jindong smiled modestly, then said, I wonder how Brother Yan's cultivation is going. Thanks to the 2 brothers' acknowledgement, I've also gained a lot. In the next moment, a violent aura with raging flames spread out from the other side of the building. As this aura appeared, the entire building turned red, as if it was on fire. Yan Fen turned into a man of fire. His body surged with the powerful aura of a mid-stage, first-stage domain realm cultivator. After his breakthrough, he had broken through another stage in just 2 years. This speed of breakthrough could only be achieved in the Manor realm. After the 3 leaders exchanged greetings, they appeared in the outside world. Outside, a group of cultivators was shouting their leader's name respectfully and excitedly. Wan Xiong glanced around indifferently. When he found that more than 90% of them were at the early stage, first stage domain realm, he nodded in satisfaction and asked, What's the situation now? It would have been better if he had not asked. The moment he asked, everyone's mood immediately fell. Miao Jindong frowned and asked, What's going on? Yan Fun's face darkened slightly. It's Xue and Cheng. He's gone too far. The people of Bo Wei City are also abominable. Immediately after, voices filled with resentment rang out. These people were complaining in front of their leaders. Humph, they've gone too far. After hearing the grievances of his subordinates, Wan Xiong snorted coldly and said, You don't have to keep a low profile in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, beat them back. 2 years ago, we plotted to kill Ziqin. 2 years later, we can kill others. Whoever is not afraid of death or offending us, come at us. That's right. We're not afraid of anyone here. Miao Jindong and Yan Fen nodded. The cultivators of the 3 forces cheered loudly when they heard this. From this moment on, they were free from resentment and could stand up again. Chapter 1384. A pair of twin brothers walked out of this space. The number on their bodies was 108. The 2 brothers were Go Win and Go Chong. When the cultivators from the 3 factions schemed against the people of Huping City, they did not find the 2 brothers. When the 2 brothers arrived, they quickly met and found a secret land. That was how they had their own opportunities. The 2 of them did not know what happened in the 9th layer. After more than 2 years, the 2 brothers reappeared. They had broken through to the first domain realm. They had also gained a lot. I wonder how Big Brother Zichen and the others are doing. After coming out, Goen looked around. They should have gained a lot, the younger brother Go Chong said with a smile. Originally, the 2 brothers were not strong and did not have a suitable king-grade formation. They did not contribute much to Zichen, so they always felt guilty. Now that they had an opportunity, they were confident that they could do something for the team. As soon as the two of them appeared, they saw a cultivator in the distance. The two brothers looked at each other and flew forward. "Wait, friend, wait." When they were still some distance away, the younger brother Go-chang shouted. When the cultivator in front heard that, he paused for a moment. Then he turned around and saw the two of them flying over. His expression froze as he looked at them. When the two of them approached, the cultivator also sensed the identity numbers of the two of them, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. 108 Huping City. Didn't everyone in Huping City die? Why are there two of you here? While the cultivator was in a daze, the two brothers arrived. The older brother Go and asked politely, "Friend from Xuan City, do you know where the people of Huping City are?" "The people of Huping City? Yes, our boss, Zichen, and our friends. You should have seen them in the outside world," the younger brother Go-chang said. "They are all dead. Now, only the two of you are left in Huping City," the other party said calmly. "What? They are all dead? How is that possible?" The two of them were in disbelief. The strength of their team was extraordinary, especially Boss Zichen. His strength was unfathomable. Who could kill him? They're all dead. That Zichen you speak of, I saw him die with my own eyes. Your people were all tricked by those guys from the three factions. As for that Zichen, although he was powerful, he couldn't escape the other party's scheme in the end. In the end, he was swallowed by the black hole. Although I didn't see him die with my own eyes. It's been 2 years, and he still hasn't appeared. Obviously, he's dead. After the cultivator finished speaking, he glanced at the two dumbfounded brothers and patted their shoulders, saying, "You guys be careful too. I heard that the leaders of these three forces have all reached the intermediate stage of the first domain realm. Moreover, they also possess innate divine abilities. They are very difficult to deal with. If they know that the two of you are still alive in Huping City, I'm afraid they won't let you go." With that, the cultivator from Xuan City left in a flash. Dead? How is that possible? The two brothers still found it hard to believe. It's impossible for them to be dead. At the very least, I don't believe that big brother Zichen is dead, the younger brother, Go-chang, said firmly. A wave of killing intent was released from Go, Wen's body. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter whether big brother Zichen and the others are dead or not. We must avenge them. That's right. We're array masters. We're the best at killing a group of people." The younger brother, Go-chang, nodded heavily. After that, the two brothers spent 3 days to find out the location of the three factions' headquarters. Of course, the two of them were not stupid enough to rush into the enemy's headquarters and set up an array. The two brothers concealed themselves with the array. After waiting for another 3 days, they saw a group of cultivators walking out of the headquarters. There were more than 20 people in the group, and they were all at the first domain realm. At this point in time, the domain realm was almost an ordinary realm. Those who were slightly lucky could break through. "Let's start with them in the first battle," Gowen said coldly as he looked in the direction that the group of cultivators had left. Then the two brothers followed behind. The group advanced for a full 10,000 miles before slowing down. The two brothers went around the group of cultivators and stopped in front of the path that they had to pass through. "Big brother, what array are we going to use?" Go-chang asked. A cold light flashed in Go Wen's eyes. He looked into the distance and said, "Back then they used the fire dragon killing array to deal with big brother Zichen. Let's use this array too." Okay. In the past 2 years, cultivators and battle spirits had found almost all of the opportunities that could be found in this area. It would be very difficult to find any more opportunities. In addition, the passage to the 8th level had not appeared for a long time. Therefore, many cultivators continued to try their luck. The three factions became arrogant again because the three leaders had come out of seclusion. 2 days ago, someone had snatched a token from someone else. It was said that it was a place of opportunity. After that, they used 2 days to gather people and walked toward that area. The leader was the domain realm cultivator who had snatched the token that day. After 2 years of searching and robbing, his strength was almost at the mid-stage. At this moment, he was fantasizing about what he could find in that place of opportunity. King-level origin liquid, king-level array formation, or some other good stuff. Just as he was fantasizing, he unknowingly led his group into the encirclement. Swoosh! In the sky, the power of space suddenly began to distort. Then, a huge array diagram appeared. Many rays of light connected to the array diagram burned fiercely like flames. It was the fire dragon killing array. Everyone was very familiar with this array formation. Back then, the 4 array masters had set up this array formation and almost killed Zichin with it. Damn it! Who's attacking us? How dare they scheme against us? Are they courting death? Do they want to kill us with a mere fire dragon killing array? Seeing the killing array in the sky, the majority of the people were cursing and swearing. Only a few of them had grave expressions. Naturally, one array formation could not kill them. Then, another fire dragon killing array appeared in the sky. It was almost the same situation as that day. After the 2 killing arrays appeared, another 2 killing arrays appeared in 2 other directions. Suddenly, 4 fire dragon killing arrays appeared. The violent aura swept through the sky, and the terrifying killing intent locked onto the group of people below. Everyone's expression finally changed when they saw the 4 killing arrays. When the brothers Go Win and Yuan Shicheng appeared, their identification numbers were also sensed by everyone. Huping City, aren't all the people in Huping City dead? Why are there still people alive? Everyone's expression became extremely horrified. They were not afraid of the 2 domain realms, and they were not afraid of the 2 array masters. However, they could not help but be afraid when facing the array masters who had already set up the array formation. The brothers looked down at the group of people below and said coldly, "The battle of revenge begins now." Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly sounded from the 4 killing arrays. Then, 4 slightly illusory fire dragons appeared. With a powerful aura, they charged toward the group of cultivators below. The group of cultivators below was horrified, but they could only work together to resist. As the first wave of attacks fell, the group of cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Fire dragon break. Go and snorted coldly. The array formation in the sky was activated, and the second wave of attacks fell. Go Win and Yuan Shicheng started the first battle of revenge and won a great victory. In another direction, Yuan Shiwei appeared, and the second battle started by him. After breaking through to the domain realm, he obviously had some extraordinary means. In the second battle, he killed 5 people from the 3 forces. Thus, the battle for revenge began in full swing. As the cultivators who went out died one by one, the cultivators from the 3 forces gradually paid attention. They originally thought that it was the work of other forces, but after careful investigation, they found that the people from Huping City had returned. For a time, the cultivators from the 3 forces fell into panic. 2 years ago, Zichin and the others had caused them too much trouble. What are you panicking for? It's just 3 surviving evildoers. These 3 were just lucky that we didn't find them back then. After understanding the whole story, the 3 leaders appeared to be very calm. They were no longer the same as before. If they were to face Zichin and the others again, they were confident that they could kill them. Moreover, only 3 people had appeared this time, and 2 of them were array masters. As long as they planned carefully, there was no need to be afraid. Miao Jindong ordered, "Go and make arrangements. Ask the other forces to help. As long as we can find traces of these 3 people, they will definitely die." Just as the cultivators from the 3 forces were looking for the 3 people, a huge mountain stone forest suddenly appeared in a space somewhere in the 9th level. Then, a giant with a black iron color appeared. The giant walked out of the stone forest in just a few steps. With every step he took, his body changed. By the time he walked out of the stone forest, he had already turned into the size of a normal human. However, he looked very strong. Yanbo Castle, Miao Dongqing, I man sure am back. A loud shout came from the strong man's mouth. The rolling sound scared away many birds. A dense forest suddenly appeared in this world. Then a woman walked out of the forest. She was like a person from a painting. Her body emitted a gentle green light. She had a delicate face and beautiful big eyes. Step by step, she walked out of the dense forest barefooted. Her expression was indifferent. Her skin was like jade, emitting light like a fairy from the forest. After she walked out of the forest, her charming face gradually turned cold. She remembered what happened 2 years ago. She wanted revenge. Haha, damn you guys, your Lord Wu is back. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded from the sky. Then a black light fell from the sky like a meteorite. It landed heavily on the ground. A human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. After a while, a person with a dusty face crawled out. He lay on the side of the crater and coughed continuously. Swoosh! Chapter 1385. Huping City was a city that all forces knew about. It represented the end of the 10,000 years. In the past, whenever a cultivator mentioned the city, their faces would be filled with disdain and disdain. It was a joke. No one would care about a mere Huping City. However, on the 9th floor of Tongyu Tower, all the cultivators' expressions would change when they mentioned Huping City. Among these changes, most of them would be shock and admiration. As for disdain and disdain, there would be none. This was because Huping City had made a name for itself here. It was even more famous than number 61 Xuan City. Compared to Huping City, the combined forces of Yanbo Castle, Maidongqing, and Wanyuan City were a joke. That's right, a joke. 2 years ago, they had besieged and killed a group of cultivators who had plotted against Huping City. Even if Lu Guangxing was included, there were only 15 of them. 2 years later, the cultivators of Huping City had appeared one after another and started a war of revenge. They had directly beaten the 3 forces who had just become arrogant and had forced them to retreat. They thought that since the number of powerhouses had increased over the past 2 years, they would not be afraid of the people of Huping City at all. However, what they did not expect was that the strength of the people of Huping City had also improved a lot in the past 2 years. As soon as Manshur, the mountain spirit tyrant physique, appeared, he went to the 3 forces. Then, with his powerful physique, he directly charged towards the headquarters of the 3 forces. Coincidentally, the leaders of the 3 forces were not there. In that battle, Manshur had almost gone berserk, and the 3 forces had suffered heavy losses. Then Wu Xia, the undying demon physique, appeared. Compared to the powerful Manshur, Wu Xia was even more bizarre. His combat strength might be weaker than Manshur's, but he strangely could not die. No matter how many pieces his body was cut into, he would always come back to life with full health in an instant. Compared to Manshur, Wu Xia was even more frightening. After that, the wood spirit girl, Shangguanhong, appeared. Her body flashed with a green halo, and her face was beautiful. However, when it came to killing, she was not the least bit careless. As beams of green light shot out, like a magic trick, many domains directly turned into ancient trees of life. In the end, the beautiful illusory beast Dongqing appeared. She brought a group of descendants that were suspected to be higher life forms and slaughtered her way into the base camp of the 3 powers. After several attacks, the 3 forces had suffered heavy losses. In their panic and anger, they had no choice but to accept another cruel fact. These people actually met and joined forces. 7 people. In just a month, the revenge team, which originally consisted of Go Win and his brother, expanded to 7 people. This 7-man team was not the slightest bit afraid when facing hundreds of domain realm experts from the 3 forces. During this period of time, the 3 forces once again schemed against each other. However, as they continued to scheme against each other, they also suffered heavy casualties. A group of several hundred domain realm experts had actually been scared witless by 7 people. Therefore, the 3 forces had become a laughingstock in this world. While many cultivators were watching the show, some of them were also guessing whether the leader of Huping City, Zichen, was still alive. If that was the case, once Zichen appeared, the 3 factions would truly be annihilated. Left with no other choice, the 3 leaders could only gather together to discuss. Damn it, I didn't expect these guys to be so difficult to deal with. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have attacked them. Wan Xiong was clearly flustered and exasperated. In just a month, his city of 10,000 origin had suffered heavy losses. We still haven't found the passage to the upper level. I didn't expect these damned bastards to all jump out. What's worse is that none of them are dead. Miao Zhendong's expression was also very ugly. Yan Fen was naturally angry, but he did not complain because he was the one who had caused this matter. After a dry cough, Yan Fen said, "It's useless to complain now. The most important thing now is to think of a way to kill them. Otherwise, when they attack us one by one, our people will all die." You make it sound nice. They are as slippery as fish. They don't even want to fight us head-on. How can we kill them? Wan Xiong said snappily. Miao Zhendong looked at Yan Fen and asked, "Do you have a way?" "I can't guarantee success, but I can give it a try." Yan Fen sighed and said, "Now this is the only path we can take. If we don't work together to kill them, we will be the ones to die. Therefore, I plan to have a decisive battle. Tell me about your plan." "It's very simple. It's to provoke them." "Provoke them? How?" Wan Xiong and Miao Zhendong were very puzzled. Yan Fen quietly whispered into the ears of the 2. A moment later, a knowing smile appeared on the gloomy faces of the 2 of them. 2 days later, a series of provocative voices could be heard from the 3 factions. "People from Huping City, do you dare to fight us to the death? If you don't dare to fight us to the death, then scram from this place. A bunch of old men, do you have the courage to come out in the open?" Following such provocative words, before the people from Huping City could say anything, the people from the other factions had already revealed expressions of disdain. These 3 factions were really shameless. They had several hundred people, yet they actually wanted to fight the 7 of them to the death. Moreover, they even dared to shamelessly say the words "to the death." One must know that when they killed Zichen back then, they did not do it openly. When they schemed against others, they also did not do it openly. They're trying to provoke us. After hearing such provocation, Shang Guanhong said faintly. She stood on a huge rock, her jade-green dress fluttering in the wind. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her bright eyes were staring at the void in the distance. No one knew what she was looking at. Her body naturally emitted a faint fragrance. Wu Xia looked at Shang Guanhong's direction. His eyes were a little intoxicated. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Shang Guanhong and said, "They're trying to provoke us. Of course, we won't fall for it." Shang Guanhong did not pay attention to him. As for Dongqing, who was grooming the Aurora Pegasus not far away, he did not even raise his head. Man sure stood in the distance. His body was constantly flickering with black light, as if he was cultivating. Shi Guowei leaned against an ancient tree, holding a withered grass in his mouth. The Go brothers stood in the distance. Although the 2 of them were no longer the same as before, they still did not have much say in this group. Everyone ignored the provocation, but were they really going to ignore it? Shi Guowei spat out the withered grass in his mouth and glanced at the group. An indescribable emotion flashed through his eyes. These people were all extraordinary. They were all heroes. Even if they were placed in the top-ranked cities, they would definitely be the leaders. But now, although they did not seem to have any conflicts, they were all arrogant and unruly people. They could not be unified in their actions, and no one could give a unified answer. It could be said that without Zichen as the leader, the group was no longer a group. At this moment, Shi Guowei had to admit that Zichen was indeed very powerful. He could actually become the leader of this group and make them obedient, especially the two thorns Wuxia and Manshur. In the face of this level of provocation, everyone ignored it and continued to kill as usual. Although it was still very smooth, Shirgui saw too many problems in the group. One wrong move and this group would fall apart. What a bunch of gutless rats. They don't even dare to fight fair and square. Back then, Zichen was only at the mid-corporeal stage, yet he still dared to fight us fair and square. But what about you guys? Wuxia, right? No wonder you can only follow behind Zichen. You're far too lacking compared to Zichen. And that man, sure, he's a fool to begin with. Without Zichen, he naturally doesn't know what to do. There were indeed capable people on the three faction side. Not only did they find out the names of these people, they also vaguely guessed that there were some conflicts among them. At this moment, they were using Zichen to provoke them. Wuxia, do you know why Shang Guanhong doesn't like you? It's not because you're ugly, it's because you're gutless. You don't have Zichen's courage. Of course, you're also uglier than Zichen. It's only natural that she won't like you. The three factions used many methods to provoke each other. As these voices reached Wuxia's ears, the latter finally became angry. Kill them. Let's go together and kill them. Wuxia said angrily. This is just a provocation. Shang Guanhong said indifferently. So what? We have the strength to kill them. What's there to be afraid of? Wuxia was clearly unhappy that Shang Guanhong was the first to stand out. Childish. Shang Guanhong glanced at Wuxia and said indifferently. Wuxia fiercely glared at Shang Guanhong, then looked at Manshur and said, Manshur, you come with me. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Our leader is still Zichen. Manshur glared. Zichen is already dead. We are now avenging Zichen. Wuxia said with a gloomy face. Dongqing and Shang Guanhong turned around at the same time. They looked at Wuxia and said word by word, Zichen is not dead. Seeing this scene, Ma Wei also came out to smooth things over. Everyone, let's not talk too much. In fact, Wuxia also wants to take revenge as soon as possible. But we can't be too utilitarian. If we slowly nibble at them like this, they will all die one day. Wuxia looked around and found that no one was looking at him. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Finally, he looked at the two brothers and said, You two come with me. I will lure their main force. You two set up the formation. The two brothers were stunned. What are you for? Don't you want to avenge Zichen? Don't forget how Zichen treated you too. Wuxia said coldly. The two brothers were hesitant. Of course, they were not hesitating about revenge, but who to listen to? It seemed that the people here could command the two of them. If you don't want to go, I will go by myself. Wuxia was angry and turned around to leave. Do you think I am stupid? You are not avenging Zichen. You can't stand being bullied by them. You have to compete with Zichen. Manshur snorted and then shook his head, looking very shrewd. The two brothers saw that Wuxia was really leaving. Their faces were full of worry, and they quickly followed. Chapter 1386. In the past 2 years, Zichen had been fighting with the big guy almost every day. During the battle, Zichen had also been comprehending king-level combat skills. In the past 2 years, he had completely comprehended several middle king-level combat skills, and had even figured out a high-level combat skill. In addition, the power of Zichen's beheading technique had greatly increased. His sword-drawing technique had also improved, and he could almost split his blade into 6. Of course, although these improvements were great, they were nothing compared to Zichen's physical realm. 2 years had passed, and Zichen's physical body had reached the true limit. This limit could be called the half-step domain realm. Recently, he had often tried to take another half-step, but he was always just a little bit away from success. Let's try again. Walking down from the high platform, Zi-chan walked straight into the darkness outside. After 2 years, he would naturally not be as careful as before, even if the big guy was guarding the periphery. Swoosh! Zi-chen's figure suddenly disappeared as a roar came from the sea of lightning. In the big guy's eyes, Zi-chen had disappeared, so it looked back as if it was a conditioned reflex. There, a figure was like a bolt of lightning in the sea of lightning, rushing into the depths of the sea of lightning. Roar! With another roar, the big guy's eyes were filled with hatred. Then, it turned into a stream of light and chased after Zi-chen. This scene had been playing out for almost a year. A year ago, Zi-chen was no longer afraid of this big guy. This sea of lightning was very big, but also very small. It was big because Zi-chen had never explored it, but it was small because there was nothing here that Zi-chen needed. When he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward, vortexes appeared around Zi-chen's body. The lightning power in the sea of lightning entered Zi-chen's body through these vortexes and tempered Zi-chen's body. After 2 years of familiarity, Zi-chen had gradually gotten used to this kind of pain. But recently, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain when absorbing the lightning energy. This was a good thing for Zi-chen. This was because he had finally reached an extreme state. This was the sign of a breakthrough. But this was also a bad thing because Zi-chen had tried to break through the bottleneck several times, but had never succeeded. No matter how hard Zi-chen tried to absorb the surrounding lightning, it was no longer useful to him. Along the way, Zi-chen was also looking for other things in the sea of lightning. For example, a lightning snake with intelligence, a lightning dragon, a lightning deer, a lightning cat, a dog, and so on. Boom! There was a surge of energy behind him. The big guy had caught up with him. This sea of lightning seemed to be its domain. No matter where Zi-chen went, the big guy would be able to accurately locate him. On Zi-chen's back, the heavenly thunder wings unfurled, and he began to advance at top speed. When the big guy saw this scene, a hint of greed flashed in its eyes. It continued to chase after Zi-chen. Just like this, the two of them, one in front and one behind, began to shuttle through the sea of lightning. After 2 days, Zi-chen, who had gained nothing, stopped. At this moment, he decisively gave up. Right at the moment when he stopped, the large fellow chasing after him also stopped. The two of them looked around and didn't attack. However, a strong and oppressive aura filled the two of them. Zi-chen already knew that the big guy had intelligence. It was normal that the big guy didn't attack at this moment. At this moment, a strong aura was released from Zi-chen's body. This aura also contained a will that could determine life and death. At this moment, the lightning power in the sea of lightning also divided into two and rushed toward the two of them. After 2 days of rushing at top speed, the two of them had exhausted a lot of energy. At this moment, they both needed to recover. Zi-chen stood indifferently. Lightning surged around his body, making him look like a thunder god. He looked at the big guy in front of him and said, "You should be the only living creature here. This place is like your domain world. You can sense everything here. Once a new life appears, you will be able to detect it immediately. Then, take advantage of the fact that the other party is weak to destroy it." The big guy looked at Zi-chen quietly. Surprisingly, it didn't roar. There seemed to be a flash of wisdom in its murderous eyes. In the past 2 years, Zi-chen's strength had been increasing, and the big guy was also much stronger than before. Zi-chen guessed that this was because the big guy killed those weak creatures and then refined them. After recovering, Zi-chen said, "Let's start. You have always wanted to refine me, and now I also need to refine you to make a breakthrough. Who lives and who dies will depend on this battle." After speaking, Zi-chen flapped his lightning wings and rushed towards the big guy. This was the first time in 2 years that he took the initiative to attack with killing intent. As he charged forward, a wild and violent aura gushed out from within Zi-chen's body. He had directly activated his powerful Lightning King physique. It was as though there was an endless amount of thunderbolts bombarding his body. Streaks of gold and silver lightning energy were also released from within his body. A huge amount of power gathered on Zi-Chen's fist, causing the already terrifying power of his fist to increase by another 30%. Die. Zi-Chen punched out. Gold and silver light flashed, and a powerful force squeezed the lightning in all directions. Wherever the fist light passed, a vacuum zone would appear. Facing this punch, a rare solemn expression appeared on the big guy's face. It no longer roared, and just like a normal human, its eyes narrowed. A powerful and berserk lightning power was released from its body. Immediately after, it also sent a berserk punch towards Zi-Chen. Boom! The two fists collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The endless thunder seemed to be suppressed at this moment. An intense energy shockwave spread out in all directions with the two at the center. Wherever it passed, the lightning power in the Sea of Lightning was completely destroyed. The energy shockwave produced from this collision was very strong. Zi-Chen was directly forced back more than 10 steps. After suppressing the churning blood in his body, he relied on his powerful physique to pass through the shockwave and attack the big guy. The big guy was very powerful, and Zi-Chen did not want to fight it unless he had no other choice. However, since he had made up his mind, he naturally would not hold back. Demonic blade slash. Along the way, a long blade appeared in Zi-Chen's hand. A beam of gold and silver lightning power shot out from the long blade, carrying a domineering aura as it slashed forward. In front of him, the big guy clenched its fist and punched. His opponent's method of attack was his fists. However, his fists were comparable to domain armaments. Bang! With a loud bang, the blade light formed by the gold and silver lightning power was directly shattered. Immediately after, a powerful force landed on the long blade in Zi-Chen's hand, instantly shattering the long blade. His fist had shattered Zi-Chen's weapon, but there was also a trace of blood on his opponent's fist. Swoosh! Zi-Chen threw away the hilt of his blade. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside the big guy. Immediately after, a ball of silver light appeared in front of Zi-Chen. Within the silver light, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded. The shadow of a dragon appeared on the dragon's soul spear. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the big guy. Bang! Bang! As the sound of explosions rang out, the dragon shadow and the big guy had already started fighting. Both sides were evenly matched for the time being. After all, the dragon shadow was in the corporeal realm. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Gold and silver light flashed around Zi-Chen's body. A powerful energy, fluctuation, spread out from his body. Once again, a long blade appeared in his hand. The long blade surged with a powerful and suffocating aura. Decapitation! Zi-Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Wherever the blade passed, the space began to distort. Streams of spatial power appeared to be in a state of great oppression. Uft! As the saber light flashed past, the big guy retreated more than 10 steps. A long gash appeared on its body. That saber strike just now had almost cut it in half. Just as the big guy retreated, it felt a darkness above its head. A huge object descended from the sky. It was a huge cauldron. It exuded an ancient and vast aura. It smashed towards the big guy's head. It was the everlasting pill cauldron that Zi-Chen had not used for a long time. Boom! The huge cauldron smashed into the big guy's head. The big guy's body suddenly trembled, and he was sent flying again. However, while he was flying, the big guy threw out a punch and directly hit the dragon's shadow back to its original form. The dim dragon's soul spear turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen rushed forward again and struck out with the decapitation. As for why Zi-Chen did not use the sword drawing technique at this moment, it was because he had lost the scabbard from before, and Ziqin could not pull out the scabbard. Swoosh! Swoosh! After gaining the upper hand, Ziqin no longer held back. Relying on his speed and the cooperation of the everlasting pill cauldron, he also attacked the big guy. However, the big guy's strength was really strong. Ziqin used all his methods, but he could not completely kill the big guy. Every time he left a wound on the big guy's body, it would automatically heal in the next moment. I don't believe that you won't die. The cold light in Ziqin's eyes became more intense, and the gold and silver lightning around his body became more dazzling. Then, a series of powerful attacks fell on the big guy. The big guy had not roared since the beginning of the battle. Its expression became very serious like a human's, and there seemed to be a hint of struggle in it. Boom! Finally, after an unknown number of bombardments, the big guy's head finally began to shake, as if it was about to faint. Roar! At the same time, it let out its first roar. The roar shook the sky, and a powerful aura that surpassed the first domain realm was released from the big guy's body. Under this aura, the surrounding space of the Thunder Sea seemed to begin to tremble, and endless lightning fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge open space between the two of them. In this open space, the big guy's powerful aura was raging. However, Ziqin was not affected by this aura. There was also a 3-meter space around him. This was a space that completely belonged to him. Die. A cold voice came from the big guy's mouth. It carried a powerful aura around it as it blasted a punch toward Ziqin. This punch was extremely dazzling. Chapter 1387. This punch was vast and powerful. This punch carried with it a strong will that could destroy everything. Under this punch, a mere first domain realm cultivator seemed to have become an ant. Because of this punch, the sea of lightning went berserk. Endless thunder power surged as if it was cheering for the return of the king. On the opposite side, the big guy's power was completely berserk. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying. The endless thunder in the sea of lightning cheered for it. Ziqin's grave expression turned into horror after seeing this punch. He did not expect this big guy to have such a technique. His eyes were filled with fear because this punch was not something he could withstand at his current level. In the face of this attack, pure defense was a dead end. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Ziqin's eyes were filled with madness. The veins on his forehead protruded as he gritted his teeth. In the next moment, a long saber with a scabbard appeared in his hand. This was the strange scabbard that he had obtained in the past. At this moment, Ziqin could only use it to attack. Ziqin's current strength was not enough for him to unsheath the saber. Therefore, he used the scabbard to attack. This was the strongest attack that Ziqin could perform at the moment. It was also a sure kill attack. Decapitation. A low roar came from Ziqin's throat. A glaring gold and silver saber light slashed towards the big guy in front of him. Wherever the gold and silver saber light passed, the space began to distort violently. A dense killing intent swept through the area. At this moment, Ziqin was completely crazy. The thunder wings on his back were vibrating at a high frequency. He needed to use his extreme speed to decapitate his opponent before the fist light landed. In this life and death crisis, Ziqin's speed was instantly displayed to the extreme. However, the violent big guy's attack surpassed Ziqin in both power and speed. Therefore, Ziqin's perfect spiritual sense analysis showed that even if his opponent's attack landed on him, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. However, at this moment, Ziqin had no way out. He could only fight head-on. As the fist descended, it looked as though it was about to hit Ziqin. However, in the next instant, a trace of struggle flashed across the big guy's cold eyes. This trace of struggle caused the fist to pause in midair for a moment. For Ziqin, This momentary pause was enough to change the entire world. Pooh! The shining blade light directly swept across the big guy's neck. The big guy's head also flew high into the air. Endless lightning flashed, but there was no blood spurting out. In the next moment, the fist light descended, bombarding Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's body shook, and he was sent flying. As he flew, Zi Chen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He flew hundreds of meters, and boundless lightning energy continued to wreak havoc, causing the surrounding lightning energy to violently tremble. The big guy's head was chopped off, and its huge body collapsed in the next moment. Zi Chen climbed up with difficulty, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His breathing was also very intense. Fortunately, it was over. Zi Chen's eyes, which had a trace of lingering fear, were now filled with excitement. In front of them, strands of pure lightning energy surged out from the dead big guy's body. Its entire body had transformed into a bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning was very pure, but also very vast. It was like a dead lightning dragon, quietly lying there. The big guy turning into a lightning dragon surprised Zi Chen. This was because just by relying on his perception, he could feel that this lightning was extremely terrifying. The lightning energy contained within it was probably able to directly push his 9-star Lightning King body to the realm of 1-star greater mastery. Zi Chen stood up with difficulty. The punch just now had probably broken more than half of his ribs. At this moment, every move he made would cause a sharp pain, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. However, just as he stood up, before Zi Chen could walk forward, he was shocked to see that the lightning dragon in front of him, which should have been dead, actually moved. Zi Chen's eyes immediately turned serious. He did not understand why the lightning dragon moved. He was very sure that the lightning dragon did not have any signs of life. It was already dead. Zi Chen's eyes immediately widened, and his expression changed greatly in the next moment. This was because he actually felt a new life aura from the lightning dragon. This life aura was very weak at first, but in just a few breaths, this life aura became extremely strong. In the end, it directly reached the domain realm, and not the first domain realm, but the second domain realm. Zi Chen's gaze was fixed in front of him, but in his heart he was thinking about what to do and how to escape. At this moment, he was still very far away from the stone tablet. In addition to his heavy injuries, there was no way he could retreat in time. Swoosh! At this moment, the lightning dragon in front of him moved, and then a figure appeared below it. It was a man with an indifferent expression, and lightning flashed in his eyes. The aura emitted from his body was comparable to that of the big guy who had just unleashed a powerful attack. Zi Chen looked at the other party in shock. He had never expected such a turn of events. His eyes were filled with vigilance, and the veins on his arm that was holding the scabbard were bulging. The man with lightning in his eyes swept a glance at the lightning dragon in front of him, and then his gaze landed on Zi Chen. The two lightning bolts seemed to contain some kind of ability, and Zi Chen felt as if he had been seen through with a single glance. The aura released from the man's body made Zi Chen feel extremely pressured. At the same time, it also made him feel a sense of suffocation. He had the impulse to turn around and run, but he knew that he could not run now. Not only could he not run, but he also had to remain calm. Therefore, Zi Chen just looked at the man without any expression on his face. The two of them just looked at each other like this, and neither of them spoke. The sea of lightning that was surging around them seemed to have quietened down at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the two lightning bolts in the man's eyes gradually dissipated, and a pair of silver eyes appeared in front of Zi Chen. The other party's eyes were actually silver. This made Zi Chen feel a little surprised, but it did not show on his face. After the lightning in the man's eyes disappeared, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zi Chen and said, not bad at all." Zi Chen did not speak. Let down your guard. Although I have killed countless people, I have never killed anyone from the Lightning Clan." The man smiled, and the powerful pressure around him instantly disappeared. Chen's heart moved, and he asked, "Senior, are you from the Lightning Clan?" The man smiled and said, "I used to be." Ah, Chen was stunned. "Before I fell, I was from the Lightning Clan." "Senior has fallen!" Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then his expression changed. He said, "Senior is now a battle spirit." "That's right." The man looked at Chen and said, "But you don't seem surprised." Chen smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, Senior, I once saw an awakened battle spirit. This thing was given to me by him." As he spoke, Chen raised the scabbard in his hand. Looking at the scabbard, the man's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Oh, it's this thing. It seems that the power of the blade just now is related to this scabbard." Chen wanted to ask about the origin of this scabbard, but since the man had no intention of explaining, he gave up. Instead, he looked at the dead Lei Long below and asked, "Senior, what's going on with this Lei Long?" The man glanced at the Lei Long, and there was a complicated emotion in his eyes. After a while, he said, "When I stepped into the domain realm, I had already awakened my memories. Finally, I found this place. I guessed that there was the inheritance of the Lightning Clan here, but I didn't expect that a creature would be born in the sea of lightning. At that time, I was very surprised when I saw that creature, and I wanted to refine it. The creature had the same intention. So after a battle, we were evenly matched, but that creature wanted to forcibly devour me. During the refining process, the creature's appearance changed greatly, but my spiritual sense didn't dissipate and it didn't succeed." Chen didn't expect the story to be so complicated. He asked, "Was the creature's attack suddenly stopped because of Senior?" The man nodded and said, "That's right. I seized the initiative at the critical moment, but I didn't expect that you would be able to kill it." The man lowered his head to look at the Lei Long's corpse and said, "This time you helped me." This creature was split into two. Chen's face immediately lit up. He wanted to kill that big guy in order to refine it. Although it was only half, it was enough for his Thunder King physique to reach 1 star. A light flashed in the man's hand, and the Lei Long was split into two. One half flew towards Chen. Chen thanked him and quickly put it away. "You should have obtained the inheritance of the Lightning Clan at the stone tablet, right?" the man asked. Chen nodded and said, "Yes, the 9-star Thunder King physique." 9-star Thunder King physique. The man was startled, and then he said, "Come, follow me to take a look." Looking at the words on the stone tablet, the man's expression became extremely complicated. He did not say a single word until the words on the 9-star Thunder King body disappeared. Looking at the man's slightly disappointed expression, Chen asked doubtfully, "Senior, is there a problem here?" The man sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity." The stone tablet was actually broken. Chen was even more puzzled. What was a pity about the stone tablet being broken? Could it be that the stone tablet itself was a treasure? The man clearly liked to speak halfway. He didn't explain anything to Chen. After retracting his hand from the stone tablet, he sat down cross-legged nearby and began to cultivate the 9-star Thunder King physique. What surprised Chen was that the man didn't use the Lei Long at all. His physique had also reached the standard of 1 star. After refining half of the Lei Long, his physique also broke through from 1 star to 2 stars. A 2-star physique was equivalent to a 2-star domain. This scene made Chen extremely envious. However, he also knew that the man was able to break through to 2 stars with the help of half of the Lei Long. After his physique broke through to 2 stars, the man bid farewell to Chen. His figure flashed and left. Chen also wanted to leave. However, before that, he had to raise his physical strength. Otherwise, he would have wasted these 2 years. Chen sat down cross-legged, took out the half of the lei long, and began to refine it. Chapter 1388. As the Thunder Dragon was refined, the corners of Zi Chen's eyes twitched even more violently, and the pain increased exponentially. In front of him, the compressed Thunder Dragon was slowly disappearing as the refinement continued. The 9-star Thunder King physique contained great power, and the source of this power was the position of the heart. As his body absorbed more power, Zi Chen's heart beat even more vigorously. At this moment, the position of Zi Chen's heart had long been surrounded by streaks of lightning. The silver light was resplendent, just like the Lei Yuan back then. The only difference was that the Lei Yuan was in Zi Chen's heart back then, but now the lightning was outside of his heart. As the resplendent lightning surged, a dazzling Xing Chen slowly appeared in Zi Chen's heart. When the Xing Chen fully appeared, the pained expression on Zi Chen's face disappeared and was replaced by a comfortable feeling that spread throughout his body. At this moment, his heart was beating vigorously. As his heart beat, streams of golden blood that contained great power flowed into every part of Zi Chen's body. At this moment, Zi Chen's Thunder King physique had officially broken through to 1 star. At this moment, his physical body was comparable to that of a first-grade domain realm cultivator. It's time to leave. Zi Chen turned around and glanced at the stone tablet. Then he stepped forward and was about to pull the stone tablet out. Boom! As Zi Chen exerted his strength, the gold and silver light around his body became even more resplendent. At the same time, the entire sea of lightning trembled. Something big was happening in the 9th level of the lightning territory. The vengeful Huping City cultivators were finally enraged by the not-so-clever provocation of the 3 factions. They were currently engaged in an open and honorable battle to the death. There were only 7 people from Huping City. However, there were over 300 people from the 3 factions. Among these 300 people, there were over 200 who were at the first layer domain stage, over 20 who were at the intermediate first layer domain stage, and the rest were at the half-step domain stage. The moment the battle began, the 7 people from Huping Cheng's side displayed an extremely powerful fighting strength. This caused the 3 factions to suffer great losses. Helpless, the 3 factions could only continuously retreat, being chased like stray dogs. Such a scene caused the other powers to be in an uproar, and all of them had an even deeper understanding of the strength and terror of the cultivators of Huping City. However, this situation did not last for long before the 7 of them fell into an ambush. They were directly surrounded by many great formations, and they were trapped for a whole 7 days. During those 7 days, although the cultivators of Huping City displayed extremely powerful attacks, they were unable to break through the formation. Moreover, all of them were heavily injured. Outside the array, the leaders of the 3 forces appeared. Beside them, there were dozens of domain realm experts. As for the other experts, they had already entered the array and were waiting for an opportunity to kill Hu Pingqing's group of 7. Looking at the 7 people in front of him, Yan Fen coldly smiled and said, "So what if you are strong? Without brains, everything is useless." Miao Jindong nodded and said, "That's right. Their battle prowess is decent, but unfortunately their brains aren't good. They'll definitely die this time." Compared to the confidence of the 2 of them, Wan Xiong, who had suffered quite a few losses, was clearly much more cautious. He glanced at the nearly 20 formation masters in the sky and said, "How much longer will it take to separate the 7 of them?" Yan Fen snapped his fingers and smiled faintly. 2 hours. In 2 hours, the 7 of them will definitely separate. After that, it'll be time to take them down one by one. Only then did Wan Xiong relax and nod. He said, "That's good. We've paid such a great price this time, so we can't afford to make any mistakes." There were nearly 20 formation masters in the sky, and all of them were at the domain realm. It was naturally impossible for the three factions to gather so many formation masters. As for the other formation masters, they had temporarily borrowed them from other factions after paying a great price. They would automatically leave after killing Hu Pingqing's group of 7. No one was a fool. The strength displayed by Hu Pingqing's group of 7 made the other factions very fearful. Therefore, the borrowing this time was very smooth. Yan Fen confidently said, "Don't worry. If anything happens this time, there will naturally be people to help us. As for Hu Pingqing's group, they won't be able to win the hearts of the people this time." Last time, many factions had acted because of Zichen. At that time, Zichen was also considered a weakling, so many people sympathized with the weak. However, it was different this time. Hu Pingqing's group had forcefully appeared and took revenge. The strength they displayed made everyone fearful. This time, if they destroyed the three factions, they might destroy the other factions in the future. Even if they didn't destroy them, what if both sides encountered some kind of opportunity? Once a fight broke out, Hu Pingqing's group would naturally benefit. Therefore, when it involved everyone's interests, no one would help them this time. In reality, this was indeed the case. Many people hoped that Hu Pingqing's group would die because they were really too strong. Within the formation, Hu Pingqing's group of 6 and Lu Guangqing's group of 7 also had some conflicts. Man Shi was covered in blood. Just a moment ago, he had blocked a lot of attacks for everyone. After the first wave of attacks ended, he swallowed a drop of King level Yuan liquid and said coldly, "I already told you not to be rash. Don't be rash. This is a scheme. However, you didn't listen and even dragged others into it." Not far away, the pale-faced Wu Xia said angrily, "You idiot! What do you know? How do you write the word scheme? Do you even know?" Man Shi glared and asked, "Who are you calling an idiot?" "Of course it's you." "Oh no, I was wrong. You're not an idiot. You're just a pure idiot." Wu Xia also gave tit for tat. "You're courting death." Man Shi suddenly stood up, his body filled with a tyrannical aura. Wu Xia also stood up, unconvinced. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows opened and closed. "Humph, it's all because of you. If you hadn't been so focused on comparing yourself to Zichen, how could you have been tricked? And you still want to compare yourself to Zichen? Other than being uglier than Zichen, what else do you have?" sneered Man Shi. "Go die." Wu Xia stomped his foot in anger when he heard that word. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to eat Man Shi. Seeing this scene, Man Shi couldn't help but shake his head. During the battle, these people wanted nothing more than to jump up and block all the attacks for the others. They were even closer than real brothers. However, after the battle, they all blamed each other. In Man Shi's eyes, this group was truly strange. It was so strange that it was even a little deformed. "Enough! Are you two done yet?" A cold voice rang out. Shangguan Hong opened her eyes and glanced at the two of them. "If you still have energy, then charge out and kill. We still need to heal." After saying that, she closed her eyes again. Shangguan Hong was very clear that her words carried weight. It wasn't because of her strength, but because she was a woman. The two of them couldn't possibly compete with her. The two of them glared at each other fiercely. Although they no longer blamed each other, they had no intention of reconciling. "This matter is our fault. If it weren't for us, none of you would have been involved." Gu Wen and Yuan Shiqiang walked out with a guilty expression. "Hey, don't blame yourselves. This matter is Wu Xia's fault. It has nothing to do with you two." Man Shi patted the two of them on their shoulders and said slowly, "In other people's great array, they were still able to heal and blame others. It was all because of the safety zone that the two of them had set up for everyone." Glancing at everyone, Gu Wen said worriedly, "It's impossible for them to kill us here. However, with so many great arrays here, they're clearly not as simple as they seem. I suspect that they'll make a big move soon." "What big move?" Everyone turned their heads and looked at Gu Wen. "Scatter. They'll split us up and attack us one by one." Gu Wen gritted his teeth and said the worst possibility. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. They were very strong. When they worked together, their strength was so strong that the three forces were afraid of them. However, once they were separated and attacked one by one, the possibility of them surviving was too small. Moreover, they were in the enemy's array. A heavy atmosphere began to spread. Even Wu Xie and Man Sure stopped arguing. After a while, Wu Xie stood up and said, "This matter started because of me. If we still have a chance, I'll be in front. You two brothers will try to break the array and will rush out like this." "How?" "Relying on your immortal body. If your body can't regenerate in time, what awaits the others is death." Man Sure waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I'm tough and have a strong defense. I'll be the first to rush out." Yuan Shiqiang shook his head again. This was indeed a strange team. Everyone was very strange. They were just blaming each other, but now they were thinking about the safety of others. Unfortunately, although the few of them had made up their minds, the three forces did not give them the chance. "Haha, people of Hupingcheng, just wait for your death." As the laughter came from the outside, the entire array began to operate again. Wu Xie and the others in the array had a drastic change in their expressions. In the sky, nearly 20 domain realm array masters began to form seals. One array after another appeared in the sky. Then, waves of destructive aura rippled out from the array. Boom! With just one attack, the safe zone that the two brothers had jointly created was shattered. Immediately after, ripples of light appeared in the sky. These ripples of light were like walls. After they appeared, they separated the 7 of them one after another. During this period, no matter how Manshur and the others attacked, they could not destroy the ripples of light. This was the strength of an array master. As long as they set up the array in advance, they could kill enemies above their level. At this moment, there was no problem for more than a dozen people to surround Hu Pingcheng's group. In the distance, the onlookers were in an uproar when they saw this scene. Once the 7 of them were separated, they would be defeated one by one. The 7 of them would definitely die. As if they could see the scene of the 7 of them dying, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. Chapter 1389. The array separated the 7 people. What awaited them next was to be defeated one by one. The onlookers in the distance all shook their heads and sighed. However, their expressions were very calm and even apathetic. In their hearts, they did not wish for the people of Huping City to survive. The faces of the cultivators from the 3 factions were filled with excitement and agitation. The people of Huping City were indeed very strong. Unfortunately, they were no match for intelligence. They were trapped and waiting to be killed. Yan Fen looked at the separated people and sneered, "It's useless to be strong. Without brains, you won't amount to anything." Miao Jindong nodded slowly and smiled. "No matter how strong you are, you can't win against scheming." Seeing that the 7 of them had been separated, and that there was a trace of panic on their faces, Wan Xiong nodded his head, completely at ease. Humans were indeed very good at scheming. The 3 of them were also very good at scheming. However, they seemed to have forgotten one thing. Sometimes humans could not win against God's plans. Just as Yan Fen was about to give the order to kill, a ray of light suddenly shot over from the distance. It was a ray of light that was as fast as lightning. In fact, it was indeed a ray of lightning. There was a figure within the lightning. His body emitted a powerful and terrifying aura. He came from the horizon. His goal was very clear. He was coming to the location of the array. What's that? A ray of light in the horizon. Some people noticed the abnormality and turned their heads. Their faces were filled with astonishment. At that moment, everyone could only see a ray of light. Other than that, they could not see anything else. Some cultivators tried to use some kind of eye technique to see what was within the lightning. However, in the next moment, a piercing pain came. Everyone closed their eyes and cried. "Stop him!" When the 3 leaders saw this scene, their expressions turned serious. Although they could not see what was within the lightning, they could clearly feel that something was wrong. Yen Fen reacted quickly. He shouted coldly. Following his shout, the cultivators from the three factions rushed towards the lightning. "Stop! Scram!" The cultivators from the three powers shouted loudly as they charged forward. At the same time, they held their domain armaments and stood before the lightning bolts. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of light shot out from the lightning. It was a ripple of light, and its speed was even faster than the lightning. In an instant, it swept past the cultivators in front of it. The figures of these people paused, and their faces were immediately filled with astonishment. Under the light of the rippling light, their defensive methods were completely useless. This ray of light completely ignored their defense. As the ripples of light rushed past, the expressions on everyone's faces completely froze. Immediately afterward, they felt the power in their bodies rapidly draining away. In the end, their vision turned black and they lost consciousness. In front of him, the lightning did not stop. It followed behind the light ripples and rushed past. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground could be heard. In the distance, all the spectating cultivators were shocked when they saw the scene. The lightning was still the same. Several people from the three forces died, but they did not see anything in the lightning. The group of domain realm cultivators on the ground had already died. Then balls of light emerged from their bodies and rushed toward the lightning. It's luck. That lightning can absorb luck. He's a human cultivator. Many people exclaimed when they saw this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. Could it be that another unforeseen event had occurred? Stop him! Even more cultivators rushed toward the lightning. Wielding their domain weapons, they unleashed one attack after another from afar. Swish! Swish! The lightning that was charging forward in a straight line suddenly began to flash left and right in the air. It was dodging some of the attacks, and then it charged forward again. Go to hell! A domain realm cultivator slashed with a saber from afar. The sharp saber light made people tremble in fear. In the face of this attack, the lightning did not dodge. Perhaps it could not dodge at all, and it just collided with the saber light. Before that cultivator could reveal a hint of joy, a look of shock appeared on his face. The lightning directly collided with the blade light, and with a loud bang, the lightning dissipated, revealing a figure. This figure was dressed in a black robe, and his handsome face was cold. More importantly, the domain realm cultivator's saber light did not leave any marks on his body. That is, the moment the figure appeared, everyone's expressions changed. This was because they were all very familiar with that slender figure and handsome face. Even those who were not familiar with him immediately guessed his identity when they clearly sensed the number on his body. Their mouths were wide open in shock. The reason for that was because that was a figure that shouldn't have appeared here. This figure should have died 2 years ago. How is this possible? Zichen. It's actually Zichen. He's actually still alive. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and some of the cultivators were clearly in disbelief. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Everyone was shaking their heads and sighing. Some of the people who didn't recognize the figure were dumbfounded when they heard the name of the figure in the air from other people's mouths. The faces of some of the leaders of the forces turned extremely ugly. At that moment, someone whispered in his ear, "Sir, should we make a move?" The leader glared fiercely at his subordinate and said angrily in a low voice, "Make a move? Do you want to die?" 2 years ago, the people from the three forces could not kill Zichen, let alone now. Indeed, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zichen was now stronger than he had been 2 years ago. Even if it was Zichen from 2 years ago, they were still very afraid, let alone the current Zichen. Zichen, who was in the air, emitted an aura that made people feel great pressure. In addition to the three forces, Many of the leaders of the other forces looked very ugly. Some of them were shaking their heads and sighing. Obviously, they had suffered a great loss in this deal. He really appeared. Big Brother is wise. In Shui and City's direction, a group of cultivators had a mocking look on their faces. Obviously, they were waiting to see the three forces make a fool of themselves. During the siege, the three forces had tried to borrow people from Xuan City, but Xueming had rejected them. Looking at Ziqin, Xueming chuckled and said, "This is the Manor Realm. Anything can happen. Moreover, Ziqin does not look like a short-lived person. Now there will be a good show to watch." Indeed, there was a good show to watch because the show had already begun. Ziqin's figure appeared, and under the shocked and complicated expressions of the crowd, he directly rushed towards the cultivator who was blocking him. "Stop them! You guys hurry up and kill the others!" Yanfen shouted and rushed towards Ziqin. Wan Xiong and Miao Jindong followed, closely behind. At this moment, they had no choice but to stop Ziqin first. Unfortunately, they had still underestimated Ziqin. Just as they were rushing forward, Ziqin rushed toward the cultivators with a long saber in its scabbard. He did not draw his saber, but a dual-colored saber light flashed. As the light flashed, the saber light swept past the cultivators closest to Ziqin. Then, heads flew high into the air. 2 years ago, Ziqin had slaughtered the cultivators at the early stage of the first domain realm. 2 years later, he was still slaughtering them. There were many people blocking Ziqin's path, but no one could stop Ziqin's advance. Ziqin's handsome face was filled with endless coldness. Wherever he passed, cultivators would fall. "Stop!" A cultivator who was about to reach the middle stage of the first domain realm stopped in front of Ziqin. His eyes were filled with cold light, and he held a long spear in his hand. The spear's body was flowing with brilliance. It was obviously not an ordinary spear. However, Ziqin only smiled coldly in the face of this spear. Then he clenched his fist. Thunder rumbled in his body. His heart, which was wrapped in lightning, was beating vigorously. Then streams of golden blood flowed from his heart to every part of his body. This blood was accompanied by a powerful force. When the cultivator saw Ziqin withdraw his saber and clench his fist, he could not help but feel happy. However, in the next moment he heard an ear-piercing whistle in the air. Then a fist-emitting silver light tore through the air, causing space to distort, and arrived directly in front of him. Bang! He hurriedly used his long spear to block, but in the next moment, a powerful force came from the tip of the spear. His extraordinary domain weapon shattered in an instant. The moment the domain weapon shattered, the fist light moved forward again and landed on the domain realm cultivator's head. With a dull explosion, the domain realm cultivator's head exploded. Such a ferocious attack shocked everyone present. For a moment, the cultivators surrounding Ziqin did not dare to step forward. "Trash! All of you are trash!" A cold snort suddenly sounded. Then, a stream of light shot directly in the direction Ziqin was heading. This was a cultivator at the intermediate first stage domain realm. He was considered an expert among the three forces. However, even such an existence was not enough to deal with Ziqin. Boom! Ziqin clenched his fist and punched out. A powerful force was released. The silver fist light flashed with 2 colors in the next moment. When the fist was thrown out, the middle stage, first stage domain realm cultivator was overwhelmed by the endless thunder and lightning. Bang! When the lightning dissipated, a corpse fell from the sky. It was the cultivator at the domain realm just now. The crowd was in an uproar. Ziqin had shattered a domain weapon with 1 blow and killed a cultivator at the intermediate first stage domain realm with 1 punch. His combat strength was much stronger than 2 years ago. Not to mention the others, even the 3 leaders who were rushing forward, could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Chapter 1390. Zi-Chen's powerful combat strength caused an uproar. What was a domain weapon? It was a weapon that could only be used by those in the domain realm. It contained a kind of domain energy, which was extremely effective against those below the domain realm. Even for those in the domain realm, the difference in combat strength between those with and without a domain weapon was huge. Once a spirit weapon evolved into a domain weapon, it was equivalent to a king-level battle beast. It did not need to follow the laws of the world and would disappear with its master when he died. Similarly, the domain weapon itself was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. As for its toughness, it was beyond imagination. However, it was precisely such a domain armament that was shattered by a single punch from Zi-Chen. His powerful physical strength also shocked the entire crowd. Swoosh! Zi-Chen went straight for the domain realm array masters. These people naturally saw what Zi-Chen had done, and their faces turned pale. However, they did not flee. Just as Zi-Chen rushed forward, an array appeared in the sky and blocked Zi-Chen's path. Break! Zi-Chen roared and stomped his right foot into the sky. It was as if he was stepping on solid ground. The sky began to shake violently, and thunder rumbled from Zi-Chen's body. His entire body began to emit a dazzling light. A glaring fist light was punched out by Zi-Chen in the next moment. Under this punch, the space began to shake violently, and a powerful aura that made one's scalp tingle spread out. Boom! Under this powerful punch, the array that blocked Zi-Chen's path began to shake. Then, the thousands of closely connected light patterns began to show traces of flaws. Then, with a loud bang, the array shattered. After breaking the array with one punch, Zi-Chen took a step forward, allowing the energy around him to shake. He walked in the violent energy. His black hair danced wildly, and his black robe flapped by the energy. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared at the array master closest to him. These array masters clearly did not expect Zi-Chen to be able to break the array with one punch. There was a look of astonishment on their faces. Just as they were in a daze, Zi-Chen, who seemed to be walking very slowly, arrived in front of the first array master. The array master's expression changed dramatically. He wanted to set up another defensive array, but it was already too late. Swoosh! A shining blade light flashed in front of his eyes, and a head flew up. It was the same beheading move, but it was much more powerful than before. This move broke some of the small defensive arrays around the array master. Following the death of the first array master, a slight flaw appeared in the originally perfect formation that everyone had set up. Within the great formation, the people trapped within did not know what was happening outside. However, they were somewhat puzzled as to why the array masters did not immediately launch a destructive attack after separating them. Inside the array, Guin noticed this abnormality. At this moment, he obviously did not have the time to guess whether this was a trap or a mistake. He immediately formed a seal with his hands, wanting to take advantage of this flaw to break the array. Stop him! Hurry up and stop him! Seeing the first array master die, the three leaders' expressions changed drastically. If Zi-Chen really succeeded in killing all the array masters and rescuing the others, the only thing that awaited them would be complete annihilation. The people from the three forces were also very clear about this. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the cultivators inside or outside the array, they all rushed toward Zi-Chen. In an instant, nearly 100 domain realm cultivators rushed toward Zi-Chen. As for the others, they surrounded Zi-Chen from afar. Being surrounded by so many domain realm experts was a sight that shocked the onlookers in the distance. Who would have thought that more than 100 domain realm cultivators would join forces to besiege one person? Who would have thought that, in the face of such a siege, that person's expression did not change at all? Kill him! Go to hell! Amidst the explosive roars, a group of cultivators rushed toward Zichen. In an instant, rays of light began to flash in the sky as various domain soldiers displayed their most powerful attacks. Zichen had grown up to this day, and there was obviously no standard answer to what he was most afraid of. However, if one were to ask what Zichen was most afraid of, then Zichen could say with certainty that he was least afraid of being besieged by people of the same level. He often put on a show of fighting against a group of people, and every time he won a complete victory. It was like this back in Huping City, and it was also like this when he was besieged 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, Zichen looked at the group of domain realm cultivators rushing toward him with a faint smile on his face. As for the outcome, he had obviously foreseen it. Swoosh! He did not even need to unsheath the scabbard in his hand. A light flashed under his feet, and Zichen's figure rushed into the group of people besieging him after taking 3 attacks head-on. At this point, the next scene to play out was a massacre. Puff! Puff! A blade light flashed, and a head flew high into the air. The blade light flashed again, and a cultivator fell. As the blade light continued to flash, one cultivator after another lost their lives. In front of Zichen, an early-stage domain realm cultivator only needed 1 slash. However, Zichen's massacre did not frighten everyone. On the contrary, some people were stimulated by the blood splattered on their bodies, and they rushed towards Zichen as if they did not care about their lives. Puff! The blade light pierced the cultivator's heart, but at the moment of his death, the cultivator also sent a sharp weapon toward Zichen's heart. Clang! Although this attack did not break through his defense, the force still shook Zichen and forced him to take 2 steps back. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Zichen retreated, several attacks came from behind him, and Zichen was instantly hit. Clang! Clang! These 2 attacks still did not break through his defense, but the powerful force contained in them directly knocked Zichen from the sky to the ground. A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground in an instant. Swoosh! 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 In the sky, the attacks were like raindrops, breaking through the air as they fell toward the human-shaped pit. Buzz! Suddenly, the human-shaped pit trembled, and then rays of dazzling light came out of the pit. Clanging sounds rang out continuously, and it was obvious that too many attacks did not break through his defense. Swoosh! When the attacks disappeared, Zichen turned into a stream of light and rushed out. He held a sheathed long saber in his hand and slashed at an approaching cultivator. At the same time, Zichen clenched his other hand into a fist and punched in front of him. Clang! The sharp saber was blocked by a domain realm cultivator, but the fist that followed turned into a fistlight and pierced through the cultivator's heart. Another cultivator fell and died. Even so, even more cultivators charged forward, wielding their domain armaments. They charged towards Zichen without regard for anything else. Puff! In the face of so many attacks, Zichen was finally defeated. The first wound appeared on his body, and dark red blood flowed out of the wound. A light flashed under Zichen's feet, and he retreated backward. Don't let him escape. Stop him. Surround him and seal this place. When the leaders of the 3 forces saw this, they sneered and stood in the distance to give orders. So what if he was strong? Faced with the siege of so many people, death was the only way out. Among the 3 leaders, Wan Xiong frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. In the chaotic battlefield ahead, Zichen, who was still very fierce earlier, was gradually losing ground under the siege of many cultivators. The number of wounds on his body had clearly increased, and regardless of whether it was his speed or attack power, they had all weakened by a lot. Swoosh! As soon as Zichen dodged an attack, a cultivator rushed behind him and stabbed the spear with his domain weapon at Zichen's back. Zichen sensed danger and turned around at lightning speed. The The moment the spear was about to reach him, he grabbed it with his hand. Then, a flash of saber light flashed in front of the cultivator's face. The moment the cultivator was beheaded, he saw with his own eyes several domain weapons rushing toward Zichen's back. Puff, puff, puff. All of the domain armaments managed to break through his defenses. A few of them only managed to leave light injuries on Zichen. However, one of the domain armaments managed to pierce through Zichen's back. It went in from the back and out from the front. Zichen didn't wait for his opponent to pull out the domain weapon. Instead, he used the weapon in his hand and slashed behind him. Another slash beheaded Zichen. But this time, another fatal wound appeared on his body. Kill him. He's dying. Everyone, attack with all your might. Seeing this scene, the other cultivators all looked delighted. Then they attacked with even more vigor. At the same time, because there was hope for them to kill Zichen, they became very careful. They would rather leave a wound on Zichen's body than let Zichen turn around and injure them. Seeing that Zichen was suppressed and in danger of dying, the crowd in the distance was in an uproar. They all felt very strange. At this moment, seeing Zichen drenched in blood, many people had a strange feeling in their hearts. Formation Masters, surround him with all your might. Quickly kill Zichen. Yanfen shouted loudly. His expression was somewhat unnatural, as if he had also sensed something strange. Wan Xiong's gaze was fixed in front of him, staring at Zichen, who was on the verge of dying. From the very beginning, he felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He finally discovered the source of the problem. He cried out in alarm, "Blood! There's something wrong with the blood." There was indeed something wrong with the blood. That was because the blood flowing out of Zichen's body was golden. However, the blood flowing out of Zichen's body was red. Moreover, this Zichen always gave people the feeling that he was very weak. Chapter 1391. Die. A loud roar suddenly rang out. A cultivator from one of the three forces held a long sword in his hand and shot over from afar with the momentum of being one with the sword. This was the attack he had been preparing for a long time. This was the only move he knew, but it was powerful enough. He, who had been waiting patiently, finally seized the opportunity to unleash such a fatal attack. An extremely fast sword light came from behind, sweeping past the shocked cultivators before stabbing into Zichen's heart. The sword light dissipated and a figure appeared in front of Zichen. He held a sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword pierced through Zichen's heart from the back. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Many people were stunned by this scene. The cultivator's face was filled with pride, and his head was slightly raised. He did not need to deliberately pay attention to know that there was envy in the shocked expressions around him. At this moment, he also thought that he had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat bang. He looked at the expressionless Zichen in front of him with a disdainful smile. A mere Zichen was nothing in front of him. He could kill him with a single strike. As the long sword in his hand trembled, a wave of power spread out, and Zichen directly exploded. Such a scene should have caused cheers or an uproar, but in reality, the surroundings were too quiet. To be more precise, everyone's eyes were looking in the direction of the array masters and not the battlefield. As everyone looked over, a figure appeared. He wore a black robe and held a silver spear in his hand as he swept past a formation master. An arrow of blood shot out from the formation master's heart as the black figure flew past him. His body fell backwards, and his originally sharp eyes had long lost the luster they should have had. Zichen, that's Zichen. Zichen is there, but what is this? Looking at the figure wantonly slaughtering formation masters, the crowd finally reacted and looked back at the battlefield. On the battlefield, the expression of the cultivator who had killed Zichen's clone completely froze. Of course, that also included the smugness on his face. Everyone's gazes were fixed on him, and he suddenly felt his face burning. He was so proud that he had only killed Zichen's clone. It was as if he was looking at mocking faces. His expression became very unnatural, and the expression on his face instantly became awkward. Then his embarrassment turned into anger, and a murderous intent surged around him. Ignoring the sheathed longsword that fell to the ground, he roared and charged toward Zichen in the distance under the strange and surprised expressions of the crowd. Zichen die! Another roar rang out in the quiet world, and a sword light pointed towards Zichen in the distance. After Zichen killed another formation master, he felt a sharp sword chi attack from behind him. He gripped his spear, turned and stabbed forward. Groan! Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar as the spear light met the sword light. Bang! The scene of the two sides in a stalemate did not appear. With a loud bang, the sword light shattered, and the spear light went straight forward, breaking through the formation master's defense and pointing at his throat. The moment the spear touched his throat, the cultivator's attack came to an end. Swoosh! Zichen retracted his spear and turned around to face another array master. From beginning to end, he did not look at the owner of the sword light. He was simply ignoring him. Before his consciousness dissipated, he looked at Zichen's back, and only then did he realize how big the gap between them was. Originally, he had attacked Zichen out of anger, but now it seemed that his actions were too stupid. Didn't he see that the others did not move? If they fought freely, there would be a time when these cultivators would be slaughtered by Zichen. However, time was of the essence, and his companions were in a life and death crisis, so Zichen naturally would not leave them alone. After using his doppelganger to execute a small scheme, he took advantage of the chaotic battle and rushed towards the formation masters. The formation masters had already launched their attacks, but Zichen had also arrived at this time. What followed was a feast of slaughter for the formation masters. One formation master after another fell, and the people in the distance looked on in a daze. Except for the idiot who had sent himself to his death, no one else stepped forward. In fact, at this moment, while everyone was in a daze, they were also thinking about the same question. Should they attack or not? At this moment, Zichen had killed many formation masters, and the entire formation was almost a name only. It was almost a matter of time before Zichen's companions appeared. Under such circumstances, should they attack or not? Should they charge forward and fight a meaningless battle to the death? Or should they turn around and run? Everyone was hesitating, and even the three leaders were hesitating. This directly led to Zichen killing all the formation masters without hindrance. Bang! A loud sound came from the formation below. It was a problem with a certain part of the formation. Then the formation shattered, and a figure rushed out. "I've finally broken the formation." Along with the appearance of the figure, there was a look of surprise on his face. However, he who had just broken the formation felt that something was amiss. It seemed that the world was a little too quiet. Then he looked around. When he saw the group of domain realm experts from the three forces, his pupils suddenly shrank. He even had the urge to immediately return to the formation. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This was because these people were not looking at him. Instead, they were all looking in the same direction, and their eyes seemed to be in a daze. Gu Wen also subconsciously looked in the direction that everyone was looking at. With just a glance, he seemed to have been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, and at the same time he looked at the figure who was killing in the sky with a look of disbelief. Bang! Another sound came from the formation below. Another part of the formation shattered, and Gu Wen rushed out. Just as Gu Wen rushed out, Gu Wen saw his brother. His face was filled with joy, and he immediately rushed towards Gu Wen. At the same time he asked curiously, "What's going on? Why is there a huge hole in the formation?" When Gu Wen heard this, he did not answer. Instead, he pointed at the sky with his finger. Gu Wen was puzzled. Is there a problem there?" He turned around and looked up. When he saw the figure, his face was immediately filled with disbelief. "Ziqin, Big Brother, it's Big Brother Ziqin. How is this possible?" At this moment, the last array master fell in front of Ziqin. So far, nearly 20 array masters had been killed. The entire formation was in a state of complete paralysis. After killing all the array masters, Ziqin withdrew his spear and turned around. After he indifferently glanced at the cultivators from the three forces, his gaze fell on the two brothers in the sky above the formation. His indifferent eyes gradually softened. "Big Brother Ziqin, it's really you. Big Brother Ziqin, you're still alive." The two brothers spoke in unison, and their expressions were filled with excitement. Ziqin nodded at the two of them. His expression gradually softened, and a smile appeared on his face. "Both of you have worked hard." Boom! At this moment, the formation below exploded, and a violent and powerful aura appeared from below. Then a figure soared into the sky. In the sky, there was a loud roar. "You want to kill your master man? Die!" At this moment, Manshur had transformed into a giant. The giant's body was covered in a black iron color, and it looked oppressive and heavy. Manshur's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked around. His frenzied killing intent was also surging. However, as a calm voice sounded, the murderous intent around Manshur disappeared completely in the next moment. "I didn't expect you to be alive." When he heard the familiar voice, Manshur was stunned. As the murderous intent around him disappeared, he turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Then he saw a figure that was not tall, but he was extremely trustworthy. Ziqin. Of course, it's me." Ziqin smiled. Manshur asked in disbelief, "You're the one who saved me." "I only killed the array masters." Without waiting for the two to catch up, several figures rushed out from the formation below. With the death of all the array masters, the formation began to become paralyzed. It became very easy for the crowd to break the formation. After Wu Xia appeared, he looked in the direction of the three factions with a cold gaze. Sure, Gongwei's expression was also incomparably ashen. Murderous intent surrounded his body. Compared to the two of them, when Shangguan Hong and Dongqing appeared, their women's intuition led them to look in the direction of Ziqin. When they saw the figure that they had been dreaming of, their beautiful faces were instantly filled with surprise and excitement. In the next moment, the two of them rushed towards Ziqin. "Ziqin." The two of them called out softly as they rushed towards Ziqin, completely ignoring the feelings of the people around them. In the next moment, the two of them entered his embrace. Ziqin also hugged the two of them, his face filled with the excitement of reuniting with them. Ziqin originally thought that the two of them were dead. He did not expect them to still be alive. This was something to be happy about, so Ziqin did not shy away from embracing the two of them. "Ziqin, it's you." "Ziqin, you're still alive." However, the commotion attracted the attention of Wu Xia and Shi Gongwei. When the two of them turned around and saw Ziqin, surprise appeared on their faces. As the faint fragrance of a young girl entered his nose, Ziqin raised his head and looked at the two of them. He nodded and said, "Are you all right?" Shi Gongwei shook his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Wu Xie did not speak, but jealousy appeared in the depths of his eyes. Just like that, everyone reunited once again after 2 years. The joy of reuniting only lasted for a short while. After that, the group looked in the direction of the three factions. Chapter 1392. Everyone from both sides had arrived, and the real confrontation began. Powerful auras appeared in the sky. Ziqin stood in the air, while Dongqing and Shangguan Hong stood on either side of him. Manshur and Wu Xie stood next to him, and finally the two brothers and Jiawei stood behind them. At that moment, everyone's gazes were coldly fixed ahead. Seeing this, Jia Wei could not help but sigh in admiration. As expected of Ziqin, as soon as he appeared, he managed to unite the entire group. Ziqin only had 8 people on his side, while the other 3 groups still had over 100 people. However, in this confrontation, Ziqin's group of 8 clearly had the upper hand. In the distance, the cultivators from the other groups all quietly watched the scene, as if they were holding their breaths. Soon, a true battle of life and death would take place here. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Just as it reached a limit, a voice suddenly appeared, easing the oppressive atmosphere a little. "I think we can talk." The one who spoke was Yan Fun from Yanbo Castle. "How?" Ziqin looked at him indifferently. Yan Fun took a deep breath and said, "We have more people." Ziqin sneered and said, "I promise I won't leave a single person alive." "I believe that, but we have more people. We can't just stand there and let you kill us. Moreover, it's been 2 years. We're no longer the 3 groups from 2 years ago," Miao Jindong continued. Ziqin turned around and glanced at the people on his side, then looked at Miao Jindong and said, "We've also gained quite a bit in the past 2 years. You people from Huping City are indeed very strong, but if you want to kill us, you'll have to pay a price. I think we need to minimize our losses. For this, we can have a good talk." Wan Xiong continued, "How can we talk? I'll let you go." Ziqin's gaze became cold. "If I let you go, how am I going to answer to my dead brothers? How am I going to answer to the people of Huping City?" As the leaders of both sides spoke, the others did not speak. This was because they all believed that their leaders could handle this matter well. In the distance, hearing the voice that was not suppressed at all, the expressions of all the forces changed in the next moment. These 3 forces are actually going to compromise. A grand team of several hundred people actually compromised in front of 8 people. A voice that was clearly filled with astonishment rang out from the direction of Shui and City. Hearing the discussions behind him, Xueming softly laughed and said, "Although it is very embarrassing to choose to compromise in such a situation, I have to admit that this is the best choice." Behind Xueming, a burly man said, "That's true. But even if they don't compromise, would Ziqin really dare to fight them to the death? Could it be that he really doesn't care about his companions who are still alive and only wants to avenge his dead companions?" In the current situation, it was a battle between 8 people and hundreds of people. Even if Ziqin could guarantee that he would not die, the 7 people beside him dared to do the same. If it was just Ziqin alone, everyone naturally believed that Ziqin would fight to the end. However, there were 7 people behind Ziqin, so he naturally had to consider the lives of these 7 people. At this moment, although the 3 forces were going to compromise, and although this was a bit embarrassing, they definitely had full confidence because of Ziqin. They believed that this battle would definitely not start. As expected, as the discussion continued, Wan Xiong said, "As cultivators, life and death is an extremely normal phenomenon. We came here to become stronger, and in the process of becoming stronger, it is inevitable that we will meet with mishaps and fall. There are some grudges between us, but frankly speaking, all of these grudges are because of benefits. If you feel that you can't account for it when you go back, we can definitely give you some compensation." After saying this, Wan Xiong and the other 2 looked at Ziqin. Ziqin was expressionless. Behind him, the others were also expressionless. Compensation. A faint smile appeared on Ziqin's face, and then he said, "This is something that we can discuss." The oppressive atmosphere in the room was clearly eased by Ziqin's words. Among Ziqin's group of 8, besides Jia Wei, who was a bit surprised, and Wu Xia, who was furious, the others' expressions did not change much. It was as if they were not surprised by Ziqin's answer. As expected, Wan Xiong and the other 2 looked at each other, and a cold smile flashed across their eyes. They had already guessed that Ziqin would agree, and since he had agreed, they naturally would not give too much compensation. Both sides only needed a process. As for why they wanted to compromise, The reason was very simple. The three forces did not want any more deaths, and Zichen's side only had 8 people in total from the 2 cities. They did not want any more deaths. Therefore, a truce and compromise was the most correct choice. There was an uproar in the distance. No one thought that they would really compromise. Just a moment ago, both sides were fighting to the death and couldn't wait to kill everyone. But in the next moment, they actually stopped fighting and might even become friends. Amidst the uproar, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. As expected, the biggest rule in this world was that benefits were paramount. As long as there was profit to be made, what did hatred matter? Wan Xiong was full of confidence. He coughed lightly and said, "As for compensation, we are prepared to give." Before Wan Xiong could finish, Zichen waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say anything. I only want one thing. I don't want anything else." A trace of vigilance flashed across Wan Xiong's eyes, and the other two's expressions were somewhat unnatural. Wan Xiong asked, "What do you want?" Zichen looked back at them and then asked, "Is there any news of the others?" When they heard this, they all lowered their heads, then shook their heads and sighed. Of the people who came, except for the 8 present, the rest were all dead. Lu Wei was dead, and so was Wang Jun. Zichen nodded to show that he understood. Then he turned to the 3 people from the 3 factions and said, "You know best how many people you killed. The compensation I want is very simple. Give each of you a void tree, and I will bring it to their families to ask for forgiveness." When Zichen said this, the world fell silent, and a trace of astonishment appeared on the faces of all the cultivators. What do you want?" The leaders of the 3 factions were also astonished. Wan Xiong also asked again. "A void tree for each of the dead," Zichen repeated, his voice indifferent. In the next moment, the silent world burst into an uproar. Originally, everyone had guessed that Zichen would ask for the void tree personally, but they all guessed that the murderers would commit suicide. They never expected that Zichen would ask for a void tree. What was a void tree? It was a true supreme treasure, something completely priceless. Not to mention the few people who had died. Even if everyone present died, they might not be able to exchange for a void tree. This Zichen seemed to be very loyal at first, but I didn't expect him to be so greedy. He wants a void tree, and he wants one for each person. He doesn't even think about whether those people are worth it. Definitely not. This Zichen is really greedy. I didn't expect Zichen to be such a greedy person. In the distance, voices of discussion sounded, and their expressions became very disdainful. However, there were also some people who were even more disdainful. However, their disdain was not for Zichen, but for those who were discussing. Are they stupid? Can't they understand Zichen's true meaning? Obviously, Zichen did not want to negotiate at all. Don't you think you are too greedy? A void tree for each person. You really dare to ask, Yanfen said coldly. Obviously, he had also guessed Zichen's intention. Greedy? In my eyes, their lives are much more precious than a void tree, Zichen said coldly. Behind Zichen, several people's expressions instantly turned cold, and a wave of dense killing intent seeped out of their bodies. The surprise on Jia Wei's face had long disappeared. This was the real Zichen, and there was no way he would compromise. Let's fight. A sinister smile appeared on Wu Xie's face, and his expression seemed a little crazy. During the conversation, just now, they had recovered a lot from their original injuries. Zichen, you have to think clearly. We can still give you some compensation now, and both sides don't have to fight to the death. If you insist on fighting, we will definitely not let you have an easy time, even if we have to suffer heavy casualties, Yanfen said coldly. Yanfen coldly said. Dense killing intent surged from the bodies of the cultivators behind him. Zichen looked at Yanfen in front of him and said indifferently, "When Yanba Castle schemed against Huping City, I swore that I would kill all the cultivators from Yanba Castle this time. So, even if we have to fight to the death, we will annihilate all the people from Yanba Castle. As for your 2 cities, since you've already killed so many of our people, I naturally won't let you go." Wan Xiong and Miao Zhendong's faces turned incomparably ashen. Wan Xiong said coldly, "Ziqin, don't forget that you only have 8 people while we have a group. You can't kill us. On the contrary, if you let us escape, you will have to face the full force of the cultivators from the 3 cities." Zichen sneered. "Thank you for your reminder, so I plan to not leave a single one of you alive this time." "Is that even possible?" Wan Xiong said in disdain. Zichen glanced at Wan Xiong indifferently, and then he turned to look at the cultivators in the distance. After that, his cold voice resounded. "Formation masters come from many cities. I'm not interested in knowing why you're scheming against the people of Huping City. I intend to let bygones be bygones, but that's on the premise that your people can stop the 3 forces. I don't need you to kill anyone. Just don't let them escape." As Zichen's words fell, the expressions of the leaders of those factions immediately changed. As for the 3 factions, there was also some commotion. Zichen retracted his gaze and looked at the 3 forces again. Then, a cold, murderous voice sounded in the sky. "Kill!" The voice echoed through the surroundings. With Zichen in the lead and 7 others supporting him, the group charged towards the group of several hundred people. Chapter 1393. Murderous cries resounded in the sky as the battle broke out in an instant. Everyone stared ahead with their mouths agape. They did not expect Zichen to fight without waiting for the other forces to respond. The leaders of the other forces looked ahead with gloomy faces. Zichen's words were a pure threat to them. At this moment, there was a small commotion in their team because of Zichen's previous threat. "Sir, what should we do?" A subordinate of one of the forces asked in a low voice. "Humph, wait." The leader's voice was filled with anger. As for the other forces, they did not move at all as they stared at the sky. At this moment, the battle had broken out and no one among the 3 forces had chosen to escape. In the direction of Xuan City, Xueming smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. Big brother, what should we do?" The brawny man asked. Xueming said indifferently, "Pass down the order to guard this place. Once the people of the 3 forces choose to escape, drive them back. But, big brother, the other forces are not moving. If we do this, won't we?" A domain realm cultivator questioned. "Will they think that we are afraid of Zichen?" Xueming asked with a smile. The domain realm cultivator did not say anything. "We have no grudges with Zichen, so why should we be afraid? The 3 forces have more people, and their threat is not much smaller than Zichen's. Now that the 2 forces are going to fight, it's like 2 tigers fighting. Isn't it better for us to watch the tigers fight from the shore? Moreover, this is a life-and-death battle. Pass down the order. I am also curious how Zichen will devour this team." Yes, the cultivators of Xue and City moved, but the other forces did not. They looked at the sky, or more accurately at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was walking in a straight line toward the leaders of the 3 forces. Along the way, all the cultivators who tried to stop Zichen were killed in one blow. Roar! A loud dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth as a silver dragon appeared beside Zichen. The silver dragon's body released resplendent lightning as a dragon's might emanated from its body. At this moment, the silver dragon was circling around Zichen, completely protecting him. Any cultivator who tried to stop Zichen would be blocked by the silver dragon and killed in one blow. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The silver dragon was constantly changing. Sometimes it would transform into a dragon shadow, and sometimes it would transform into a spear that pierced through the bodies of the domain realm experts. That's a king-level spirit weapon. In the distance, when the group of cultivators saw this scene, A hint of shock appeared on their faces. Domain armaments could also be called king armaments, and domain spirit armaments were king-level spirit armaments. At this moment, the weapon surrounding Zichen was not only a king-level spirit weapon, but the spirit of the weapon itself was an extremely rare dragon spirit. Although it had just entered the ranks of king-level spirit weapons, the Dragon Soul Spear already possessed extraordinary abilities. Zichen had long been aware of the power of the Dragon Soul Spear, not to mention the perfect compatibility between the weapon and himself. Just the origin of the weapon spirit was a true dragon spirit. One should know that the soldier soul was a real dragon soul. Once it was successfully born, it would be equivalent to a high-level life form. Its quality was similar to that of Zi Chen's third disciple, the Thunder Spirit, in the Tianwu continent. This kind of existence was naturally extremely powerful. At this moment, everyone only knew that Zi Chen's king-level spirit weapon was very powerful, but they did not know that the spirit of the king-level spirit weapon was an existence that was completely comparable to a high-level life form. Zichen advanced in a straight line without making a single move. All those who blocked his path were killed by the Dragon's Soul Spear. Under the gazes of the other forces in the distance, Zichen walked to the front of the three leaders. The Dragon's Soul Spear transformed into a dragon shadow, and the pair of dragon eyes stared at the three, emitting a chilling light. The three people's expressions were very complicated. When they saw the Dragon Soul Spear, they could not help but feel jealous. Zichen's battle strength was already very strong, and they did not expect him to have such a king-level spirit weapon. He really had obtained all the good things. The complicated feelings in their hearts disappeared in a flash. Then, the three people stared at Zichen, and one after another, their domain weapons appeared in their hands. The three of them were all at the mid-stage of the first stage domain realm. If they joined forces to deal with Zichen, they had a high chance of killing him. Zichen stretched out his left hand and slowly clenched his hand like an eagle's claw. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, "Saber, come." Swoosh! The sheathed saber that fell on the ground began to tremble slightly. Then, it turned into a ray of black light and flew toward Zichen. Seeing this, a cultivator's face turned cold. Then, he rushed toward the ray of black light. Obviously, he wanted to stop or snatch it. After seeing the Dragon Soul Spear, everyone guessed that Zichen's saber was also a good thing. Just like the scabbard that Zichen dropped 2 years ago before he was swallowed by the black hole, Wan Xiong had already kept it. Unfortunately, he did not understand anything after studying it for 2 years. As the scabbard turned into a ray of black light and moved forward, a cultivator rushed forward and grabbed the scabbard. Then he injected a stream of energy into the scabbard to hold it in place. Buzz! The scabbard that was grabbed by the cultivator suddenly began to tremble. Then, a blurry light shadow appeared from the blade. The moment the light shadow appeared, it became extremely sharp, like tiny saber lights. Puff! The cultivator's arm that was holding the scabbard was instantly cut off by the tiny saber lights. Then, the tiny saber lights merged and turned into a huge saber light. The saber light was pitch black. It wrapped around the scabbard and flew toward Zichen. Puff! Puff! During this time, 2 cultivators could not dodge in time and were directly pierced by the saber light. Then, tiny saber lights entered the cultivators' bodies and destroyed their vitality. Just as the 2 cultivators fell to the ground, a commotion broke out in the distance again. That's also a king-level spiritual weapon. Oh my god! Zichen has 2 king-level spiritual weapons. To be precise, they should be 2 extremely extraordinary king-level spiritual weapons. It was obvious that this long saber with a scabbard was not an ordinary item, since it was able to kill 2 domain realm experts without being controlled by its owner. When Zichen's physical body broke through to the domain realm, his spiritual thoughts also broke through. The blade, golden-eyed beast, which was already at the king level, also broke through. Therefore, Zichen now had 2 king-level spiritual weapons, but for some reason, the scale shield flame full did not break through with him. The black saber was very strong. The saber light formed on the surface of its body made people's hearts palpitate. It was also very fast. After killing the 2 cultivators, the others tried to attack, but to no avail. The black saber arrived in front of Zichen. As the saber light dissipated, Zichen grasped the black saber in his hand. He held the saber hilt with his left hand, and his right hand slowly rested on the hilt. It was this move again. 2 years ago, Zichen had used this move to kill many domain realm cultivators. 2 years later, Zichen had become even stronger. How powerful would this move be? Many cultivators in the distance were also full of anticipation. In front of Zichen, the faces of the 3 leaders of the forces turned ugly again. Humph! Others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Yan Fen could not stand Zichen's cold eyes. He took a step forward and snorted coldly. The surface of the long sword in his hand burned with flames. Hiss! The moment the long sword burned with flames, a sharp hiss came from the sword. In the next moment, a large bird covered in flames appeared on the long sword. Obviously, this was also a king-level spiritual weapon. The large bird's body was releasing a blazing heat. Within this heat, there was also a terrifying aura. What is that? A high-level immortal firebird? Someone exclaimed after seeing the large, flaming bird. It's not a real high-level spiritual weapon, but from the looks of it, it should have some of the immortal firebird's bloodline. Someone whispered. With the appearance of the large, flaming bird, Yan Fen's confidence skyrocketed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he proudly said, "This is a weapon spirit I found by chance. Although it's not a real immortal firebird, its bloodline is very pure. After it evolves again and again, it will definitely become a real immortal firebird. You will be very lucky to become the first soul to fall under the sword of the immortal firebird after it evolves into a king-level spiritual weapon." Zichen did not speak. Instead, he tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword. When Yan Fen saw this, his pupils shrank. Then he grabbed the sword with his right hand and raised it high, shouting, "Flame slash!" The large flaming bird let out a high-pitched cry. In the next moment, it rushed into the long sword. The long sword, which was already burning with flames, also burned with intense flames. It was like the flames in magma, and the space around it began to distort as it burned. A dazzling flame radiance was released from the long sword. For a moment, it was as if there was only this flaming long sword in the world. An unimaginably wild and violent aura was also completely released from the sword in the next moment. Sensing this tyrannical aura, the cultivators fighting in the distance also paused for a moment. Numerous pairs of eyes looked over in unison. This is Yan Fen's innate ability. Miao Jindong and Wan Xiong originally wanted to attack, but after feeling Yan Fen's attack, the 2 of them also paused. They wanted to use this attack to test Zichen's strength. If Zichen could not even block this attack, then the battle would end prematurely. Swoosh! The long sword, which was emitting flames, slashed down. The space around it began to tremble violently, as if it was unable to withstand this power and was about to shatter. As the sword light fell, a spatial cage seemed to appear where Zichen was standing. It firmly trapped Zichen there, unable to move at all. Thunder rumbled within Zichen's body. Lightning flashed around his body. A powerful force directly tore apart the spatial cage formed by the suppression of space. The cage shattered. Zichen's movements were no longer restricted. His right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, began to exert strength. As he tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, Zichen exerted strength and pulled out the sword. Whoosh! Chapter 1394. Zi Qin unsheathed his saber, and the sound of it being unsheathed rang out. A beam of light appeared between the heavens and earth. A blinding beam of light. This beam of light seemed to be the only thing in the entire world. It was like the first light of the heavens and earth, imprinted deeply into everyone's eyes. If one were to say that Yan Fun's beam of light had attracted everyone's attention, causing the surrounding battles to come to a halt, then this beam of light from Zi Qin was something that was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. No matter how many years passed, 10 years, 100 years, this beam of light would still be imprinted in their hearts. Far in the distance, the moment the crowd of cultivators caught sight of this beam of light, they could only feel a deep sense of shock in their hearts. Even the faces of the leaders changed at the sight of this beam of light. Xueming had been calm all this while, but the moment he caught sight of this beam of light, that calmness disappeared from his face. What replaced it was astonishment, shock, disbelief, and even a sense of fear that came from the depths of his heart. His initially relaxed body was now tensed up involuntarily. Every single muscle on his body was trembling slightly. This was fear. Xueming had already forgotten how long it had been since he felt fear. But this single beam of light from Zi Qin had caused fear to surface in his heart. Uncontrollably, this fear was triggered by his body. This beam of light was dazzling. In the face of this beam of light, the powerful flaming sword beam was extremely dim. Under the reflection of the beam of light, Yan Fun's face was white. Not too far away, Miao Zhendong and Wan Xiong's expressions were frozen. On Zi Chen's side, everyone's faces were filled with excitement and surprise. The flaming sword beam descended, slashing towards the bright beam of light. This scene was like the final struggle of a bug in the face of death. It was like an ant waving its tiny claws at a giant. It was a hilarious and comical sight. The beam of light lit up once more. This was because there was yet another beam of light between the heavens and earth. This beam of light extended forward and crossed paths with the previous beam of light. Looking over, the previous beam of light looked like a phantom left behind by extreme speed. The heavens and earth lit up once more as a third beam of light appeared. The 3 beams of light extended forward one after another. All of this seemed to be happening slowly, but it was actually happening very quickly. When the 3rd saber light appeared, everyone's expression was still the same as before. Immediately after that, the 4th, 5th, and 6th saber lights appeared. As the 6 saber lights appeared and extended, it looked like a folding fan had been opened. The connecting point of the folding fan was Zi Chen's hand and the saber in his hand. As the saber light extended, it collided with the flaming sword light. The saber light swept past like ice water, instantly extinguishing the flames. Swoosh! The saber light swept past the flaming sword light, and the flaming sword light disappeared. Not even the slightest energy fluctuation was emitted. Crack! The blade light flashed past the long sword, and an extremely clear sound rang out in the area. This sound was clearly the sound of a weapon breaking. When the weapon broke, the firebird soldier spirit let out a mournful cry and directly disappeared. The saber light moved forward again and swept past Yan Fun's body. The latter's eyes were still filled with shock. His heart was also filled with fear. Then he saw the saber light easily tear apart the king-level battle armor on his body and swept past his body. Yan Fun's expression was completely frozen. The attack was over. The dazzling light between the heavens and earth disappeared. Zi Chen held the scabbard in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt as if he was preparing to attack. Everything that had happened just now was like an illusion, but no one thought that it was an illusion. In front of Zi Chen, Yan Fun's body paused in the air for a moment before slanting diagonally. The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground. Bang! Yan Fun's body fell to the ground. Beside him was the Broken King level spirit weapon and the Broken King level battle armor. The heavens and earth were silent. It could even be said that it was a dead silence. Dead. The leader of Yanbo Castle. Yanfen was actually killed with a single slash. Although Zichen's slash was indeed stunning, everyone was still shocked to the point that they were a little dazed. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. It was very quiet, but everyone's expression was incomparably shocked and horrified. In the distance, the faces of the leaders of the other forces were also filled with shock. Of course, there was also a lot of fear. They were very clear about Yanfun's strength. They believed that even if they could win against Yanfun, they would have to pay a price. But Zichen had only used a single slash to kill Yanfun. The gap between the two sides was immediately obvious. Looking at the indifferent Zichen and the excited faces of the people of Huping City, compared to them who were filled with fighting spirit, the morale of the three forces was low because of Zichen's slash. The leaders of the various factions also stealthily glanced at each other. At this moment, they knew that the three factions were finished. After exchanging glances with their eyes, they unanimously executed Zichen's previously threatening order. In the crowd, some people moved. In the beginning, there were only a few people, but soon many figures moved. It seemed that because of Zichen's attack, everyone moved very quietly, afraid that they would disturb Zichen, who was on the battlefield in front of them. However, the swaying figures would eventually be noticed by others. When the three forces noticed the scene, they discovered that in all directions in the distance, there were cultivators standing in the air. All the cultivators here had moved and surrounded the three forces. Of course, this included Zichen's group of 8. Now, the two sides that were surrounded only had one choice, and that was to kill everyone on the other side. You guys. When Miao Jindong and Wan Xiong saw this scene, their faces immediately turned ugly. As for the other cultivators, some panic also appeared on their faces. Kill. Glancing at the two, Zichen's indifferent voice echoed in the battlefield. Boom! The void shook, and a huge magic array appeared in the sky. As the magic array appeared, rays of light enveloped the cultivators of the three forces below. Go stood beside the array formation. He had secretly set up this array formation when Zichen had been stalling for time with the other party. He looked down at Manshur, who looked like a giant, and shouted, "Brother Manshur, get out of here quickly!" Manshur's combat strength was very strong, and he could easily kill someone of the same level. However, he did not think that his means of killing enemies were better than an array master of the same level who had set up a magic array. Die. Just as Manshur retreated with lightning speed, a cold voice resounded in the sky. Then the magic array began to operate, and waves of destructive energy descended from the sky, directly enveloping the group of cultivators below. As the energy rumbled, miserable screams came from below. Then, a few figures broke through the destructive energy below and charged toward Guwen. Boom! In the face of these powerful cultivators, Guwen sneered. Then he formed a seal with his hands again. As he pointed his finger, waves of powerful and terrifying energy descended. The energy here was like a tidal wave, instantly drowning these heaven-defying figures. Just as Guwen was using the magic array to kill, in another direction, next to his younger brother, Guchong, there was a dazzling magic array. Rays of sharp sword light fell from the sky like dense raindrops, and then charged toward the cultivators of the three forces that were enveloped by the magic array. Killing did not only happen in these two places. Death was also happening in the places where Manshur and Wu Xiao were. The two of them displayed an extraordinary body constitution, and their physical strength was also very strong. Although they had not seen the two of them shatter a domain weapon, yet they could kill a cultivator of the same level with a punch, which also proved that their body constitution was very strong. Shang Guanhang's body flashed with green light. The green light was lighter and more agile, as if it had some kind of intelligence. As the green light shot out, the figures that were hit by the green light would directly transform into an ancient tree. The ancient tree took root in the void, just like the void tree, and exuded a majestic vitality. Dongqing wore an extremely exquisite soft armor, which set off her perfect figure. Compared to the others, she seemed to be very comfortable because she did not attack. She just sat on the back of the Aurora Pegasus and relied on its speed to shuttle back and forth. However, the number of cultivators from the three forces that died around her was very high. Many king-level battle beasts followed behind her. Among them, the red-eyed boar demon was incomparably powerful. Wherever it went, it could instantly kill a human of the same level. The most powerful thing was its extremely corrosive saliva, which was like a highly toxic poison. If it was not handled properly, one would die upon contact. As the leader of Lu Guangqing this time, Shi Guowei's battle strength was also very strong. In addition, he had some kind of opportunity this time, which also allowed him to comprehend an extremely powerful battle strength. He mainly stayed around Shi Guowei and Shi Guowei in case others suddenly launched a sneak attack. In the eyes of the people in the distance, this was a tragic battle. However, the tragedy was not directed at the two teams on the battlefield, but at the three forces, because their people died very miserably. This battle was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering. Because of the chaos in everyone's hearts, they completely lost their sense of propriety, and their means of counterattack were extremely limited. Therefore, in this battle, the three forces were bound to lose. With the death of Yan Fun, the cultivators on the side of Yanbo Castle also fell into a panic. Not long after the battle started, they were afraid and began to flee. Unfortunately, they were facing the encirclement of the other forces, so some of them were quickly chased back. The massacre was still ongoing. The Dragon Soul Spear turned into a silver dragon and attacked one cultivator after another. Wherever the spear light passed, the cultivators' bodies were penetrated. As for Zichen himself, he held his saber and walked toward the two leaders with pale faces. Swoosh! Chapter 1395. Although they had seen the gleam of the blade before, when Zichen pulled out his blade again, the gleam of the blade still gave them a breathtaking feeling. The gleam of the blade flashed past, and all of Miao Jindong's attacks were neutralized. Then, the gleaming blade flashed past Miao Jindong's body. This blade was unstoppable, or rather, it was impossible to dodge this blade with the strength of the people present. Swoosh! The gleam of the blade disappeared, and the long blade returned to its sheath. Miao Jindong's corpse fell from the sky. Another leader had died. In the distance, the crowd was still shocked and overwhelmed. Wan Xiong's anger had long been replaced by fear. When he saw Zichen's indifferent gaze, he actually turned around and ran, not caring about his subordinates. He was very sad that his subordinates had died, but compared to his own life was more important. Wan Xiong's escape caused an uproar. No one had expected that their leader would be scared away. However, Wan Xiong, who was running away, had overlooked Zichen's speed. As the heavenly thunder wings unfolded, Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared. It was as if he was stepping on a node in the void, shrinking the distance between him and Wan Xiong. Looking at Zichen walking out of the void, Wan Xiong's face was filled with fear. Zichen held his blade and walked towards Wan Xiong step by step. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Zichen, listen to me, they are all Yanfun, all of them from Yanbo Castle. If you are willing, I can help you kill everyone from Yanbo Castle. Also, this time, there are other people from Yanbo Castle. I am willing to help you kill them as well, but you have to let me go. As Zichen approached, Wan Xiong appeared to be very flustered. As he retreated step by step, he kept speaking with a pleading look on his face. You don't have to worry about Yamba Castle. As for you, since you are greedy, you must pay the price for your greed." After saying this, Zi Chen took a step forward and pulled out the blade with his right hand. The gleam of the blade flashed. As the gleam of the blade disappeared, Wan Xiong's vitality also disappeared. Zi Chen's strike was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. With Wan Xiong's death, the final outcome of this battle was decided. Tongyu Tower, 8th floor. A young man dressed in animal skin was standing on the highest peak of a mountain in a forest. Below the mountain peak, there was a forest of ancient trees. From time to time, the angry roars of war beasts could be heard. Vaguely, the silhouettes of some war beasts could be seen in the forest below. These battle beasts naturally also discovered this intruder, but they did not go forward to kill him. On the contrary, there was a hint of awe in their eyes as they looked over. The young man stood on the mountain peak for an entire month. During this 1 month, not a single beast dared to take the initiative to find trouble with the youth on the mountain peak. At this moment, if there was a cultivator here, or if there was a cultivator who discovered this young man, then they would definitely be shocked after sensing the number on the young man's body. If Zi Chen and the others were here, they would definitely feel disbelief upon seeing this number. This was because the number on the young man's body was actually 108 Huping City. Everyone knew that only 13 people came to Huping City, and only 7 were still alive. But now, on the 8th floor of Tongyu Tower, a 14th person had appeared. The young man's eyes were very calm, but if one looked closely, they would discover that under this calm gaze, there was also a hint of bloodthirsty madness. He looked ahead and did not move for an entire month. His eyelids twitched, and he muttered, "Time's up. Is there no one alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. The black hole's appearance was very sudden, but the young man was not surprised at all. From the look of anticipation on his face, it was as if he was waiting for the black hole to appear. Following the appearance of the black hole, a figure appeared from within. This figure flew out directly from the black hole, but judging from his posture, he seemed to have been thrown out. As the first figure crashed onto the ground, 2 more people appeared. These 2 were not much better than the first person. "Damn it, who schemed against us? Hundreds of people are all dead. They were King killed, just like that. If I find out who schemed against us, I will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces." As the 3 of them appeared, a furious roar rang out. The 3 of them fell on the mountain peak, and their originally miserable bodies were covered with dust. The appearance of the 3 people did not attract the young man's attention. His calm eyes continued to stare at the black hole until it completely disappeared. Only 3 people escaped? The young man muttered softly, clearly somewhat disappointed. The 3 people who had been cursing also heard this muttering, and only then did they realize that there was another person here. It was a young man who looked a little too young. The young man wore animal skins and had a very delicate appearance. But for some reason, the 3 people's hearts tightened the moment they saw the young man, as if some great calamity had descended upon them. "Who are you?" The 3 people looked at each other. One of the cultivators who was wearing battle armor and was at the peak of the mid-first level asked. The young man smiled faintly, but in the eyes of the 3 people, that smile was somewhat cruel. "Huping City. You are from Huping City. How did you get here?" The 3 people looked at the young man with disbelief on their faces. The young man's strength was only at the late corporeal stage, but he had made it here. The disbelief on the 3 people's faces quickly disappeared and was replaced by killing intent. No matter how the young man had made it here, he was only at the corporeal stage, so there was nothing to fear. Therefore, the young man had to die. He had to die, because they were from Yamba Castle. The young man's expression did not change because of the killing intent from the 3 people. His indifferent smile faded slightly as he opened his mouth and said, "I am the one who schemed against you." The young man opened his mouth. His teeth were very white, and his words were very clear. The three people were taken aback, but soon killing intent emerged from the bottom of their hearts. "So it was you, you damned thing. You schemed against hundreds of us because I want to tear you into 1,000 pieces. How dare you scheme against us? I will make Huping City pay a huge price." The three people were furious and roared again. However, the young man shook his head and said, "How noisy! If you want to fight, just do it." As his voice faded, the space behind the young man suddenly began to distort, and the shadow of a giant beast appeared behind him. It was a giant wolf with a single horn on its forehead. Its eyes were as red as blood and filled with killing intent. The moment it appeared, it was like a king looking down on the three humans below, as if they were three ants. A hint of killing intent gradually emerged from the depths of the young man's calm eyes. He extended his hand and gently pressed forward. Following this action, the enormous beast behind him also extended its claws and pressed down in the air. The former moved the latter, while the latter moved the space. Rumble. The space trembled as a giant beast claw descended from the sky, pressing down on the three shocked people below. In the face of this attack, the three people did not have the slightest intention of resisting. They could only passively defend. However, as the beast claw descended, it destroyed the three king-level spirit weapons as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then, it pressed down on the three people's bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The three people's bodies exploded under the claw, turning into a large cloud of blood mist. Three giant balls of light appeared from the blood mist and merged into the young man's body. The shadow of the wolf behind him disappeared. The young man turned around and left without looking at the blood mist. Shentian Prefecture, Yanbo Castle. During this time, the atmosphere in Yanbo Castle was very oppressive. This was because the cultivators from the Manor Realm had created a miracle. This miracle was the largest loss of cultivators in the city in all of history. It was a bad miracle, but the number was still increasing, proving that this miracle was being broken and refreshed again and again. In Hunter's Castle, the major families, the City Lord's mansion, and the entire upper echelon of Yanbo Castle were all paying close attention to this matter. They did not know what had happened in the Manor Realm, but as the life tablets exploded one after another, they knew that these people were dying one by one. In the main hall of Hunter's Castle, the upper echelon gathered. In front of everyone was a flat mirror, and in the mirror were pieces of life tablets. Bang! As the life tablets exploded one after another, the atmosphere in the main hall became extremely oppressive. After another explosion, the oppressive atmosphere reached a limit, making everyone feel suffocated. Bang! Along with this explosion, Yen Fun's life tablet exploded. Yen Fun was dead. Everyone's face was filled with shock. What on earth did they encounter? Even Yen Fun is dead. Everyone frowned, their expressions extremely gloomy. Bang! Bang! The explosions were still going on, which meant that the deaths were still going on. An aura that made even the domain realm experts feel oppressed gradually filled the hall. Dead. They're all dead. Looking at the mirror with the last 3 life tablets, the city lord of Yanbo Castle muttered, "Yanbo Castle has entered the Manor Realm dozens of times, and each time we can guarantee a 40% survival rate. I didn't expect that this time the survival rate would be less than 10%. A steward of Hunter's Castle shook his head and said, "Of the 3, only 3 are left. Fortunately, these 3 are also the strongest. As long as they're alive, we'll be able to reap some rewards," a skinny old man said. He was the most senior person in Yanbo Castle and was the steward of Hunter's Castle, just like Lord Wu of Huping City. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the people in the main hall saw the last 3 life tablets explode. At this point, all the life tablets of the cultivators from Yanbo Castle who had entered the Manor Realm had shattered. This also meant that the entire Yanba Castle expedition to the Manor Realm had been wiped out, and that was the end of it. Of course, this was not the biggest blow. The biggest blow was that if they were unlucky enough to be wiped out, the entire city's ranking would be affected. Chapter 1396. As the black hole spread, a surge of heavenly might spread out, causing everyone in Yanba Castle to feel panic. The area that the black hole spread out was the same as that of Yanba Castle. Then it pressed down from the sky. With a flash of light, the cultivators that had just gathered appeared one after another. Their originally ashen faces were filled with shock and anger when they saw the black hole. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. Hundreds of people, but not a single one is alive. Trash, this! Similar roars could be heard from the mouths of several people. It was obvious that they were all very angry. However, no matter how angry they were, it was of no use. As the suction force from the black hole spread out, the vitality of the entire Yanba Castle began to disappear. Just like the 106th North City, 10% of Yanba Castle's vitality was forcibly taken away. This 10% chance of survival was much higher than the 10% he had in Northern Sea City. Looking at the disappearing black hole, the chief manager of Hunter's Castle, the old man from before, smiled bitterly and said, "With 10% taken away, I wonder how much our ranking will drop." Beside him, the other people's expressions were very ugly. The city lord of Yanba Castle said, "Shantian Prefecture's ranking is based on vitality. Now that we've lost 10% of our vitality, our ranking will drop by at least 1 place and at most 10 places. 10 places. 83rd place would become 93rd place. This loss was truly too great. If they had known that this would happen, they would have announced their withdrawal from Yanba Castle earlier. It was very difficult to earn vitality in a city's ranking. If they dropped by 10 places, they would most likely not be able to advance by 10 places again in the next 10 million years. Just as Yanba Castle's vitality was being sucked away, 2 black holes appeared in the sky above Luguangcheng and Huping Castle. In Huping Castle, the few leaders, including the city lord of Luguangcheng, had been staying in Hunter's Castle ever since the last incident. They had stayed there for 2 whole years. During these 2 years, they had been paying attention to those life plates almost day and night. In the end, Wang Jun's life plate also shattered. This made everyone feel that it was a pity, but they were also very nervous, because there were only 8 people left alive. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, the life cards of these 8 people were still lit up, which meant that they were still alive. However, as long as the domain Manor Realm didn't end, they would be anxious and worried. Among them, the one who was the most worried was naturally City Lord Lu Guang. This was because at least 7 people from Huping City were still alive, while their city, Lord Lu Guang, only had Gu Wei left. On this day, they once again sat in the hall and looked at the 8 life tablets placed on the table. Because there weren't enough people, Lord Wu ordered for the life tokens to be brought over. When City Lord Lu Guang saw this, he also took out Jia Wei's life token and put it together. "I hope nothing happens to them again," Ling Xing said. This was something he had to say every day. After a while, it was like he was praying. Although the others didn't say anything, they didn't want anything to happen to the 8 of them. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. It was very loud and seemed to be accompanied by some roaring. Lord Wu frowned slightly. Ming Zhu immediately stood up and shouted outside, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to make a ruckus?" Soon, a cultivator rushed in with an excited look on his face. He then knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "My lords, a black hole has appeared in the sky. It's a huge black hole." Lord Wu and the others looked at each other in shock. Then they had a guess in their hearts, and their expressions changed immediately. However, they still found it hard to believe. "Are you talking about a black hole? What kind of black hole?" Lord Wu suppressed his excitement and asked. However, He didn't realize that his voice had changed. As for the others, including City Lord Mufong and a few other domain realm cultivators, they couldn't help but stand up. My lord, it's the same black hole as the one that appeared last time. There's an extremely rich vitality gushing out of the black hole and into Huping City. Let's go and take a look. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, Lord Wu rushed outside impatiently. There was an unconcealable excitement on his face. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a flash of light, they appeared outside Hunter's castle. After arriving in the outside world, they coincidentally saw the dense life force that continuously surged in the sky. The life force was as vast as the sea. After being poured into Huping City, it was like a dry desert that had encountered endless rain as it absorbed the life force to its heart's content. As the vitality gushed in, the entire Huping City changed. Although the change had nothing to do with individuals, it was the fortune of the entire city. Similarly, if Huping City had a fortune, so did the cultivators in Huping City. There's so much vitality. It's even more than the vitality in Huping City itself. What did Ziqin and the others do in the domain realm? Ling Xing asked excitedly. No one knows, but they must have done something earth-shattering. Lord Wu shook his head. There was an unconcealable excitement in his voice. A mere 8 people had slaughtered hundreds of people from 3 factions. It was indeed earth-shattering. City Lord Lu Guang was a little nervous. He kept transmitting some kind of message. As waves of life force poured in, that clear and bright feeling once again surfaced in his mind. This time not only were many reality practitioners enlightened, even the domain practitioners who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a very long time were enlightened in an instant and found a way to advance. Ling Xing was stunned. He then said excitedly, I think I can see the path ahead. As Ling Xing turned his head, he saw that the others were also deep in thought. Then, their eyes became extremely bright. It was obvious that they had also gained a lot. Lord Wu looked at the black hole in the sky and smiled. It seems that Ziqin has helped all of us this time. City Lord Mufong nodded and smiled. That's right. All of us owe Ziqin and the others a lot. I just received news that Luguang City has also received a lot of vitality. I'm very curious now. What did Ziqin do in the domain realm? City Lord Luguang, who had been nervous a moment ago, relaxed completely after reading the message. The people from Hunter's castle looked at each other. They seemed to have some kind of unbelievable guess. They didn't say anything because they were afraid that this guess would be too bold. Ling Xing smiled and said, He must have massacred some city. This time there's so much vitality. I'm guessing that it's Yanbo Castle. We can find out more about it in a couple of days. Yanbo Castle really was massacred. City Lord Lu Guang was a little dazed. He recalled the scene when Ziqin had made his promise. At that time, he thought that Ziqin was a little too arrogant. He didn't expect that Ziqin would actually do it. In fact, Ziqin didn't expect this either. He still thought that there were still cultivators alive in Yanbo Castle. The injection of life force continued for quite some time. Just when the crowd thought that everything was over, rays of light suddenly shot down from the sky. These streams of light were like golden meteors falling from the sky. Some of them fell towards Hunter's castle. Some fell towards the city lord's mansion. Some fell towards the military encampment in the city, and some fell towards other places in the city. The golden light had an extremely mysterious halo, but it didn't give off a dangerous aura. After the golden light fell, it didn't cause any damage. The golden light turned into balls of light and fell everywhere. This scene was very surprising. Lord Wu and the others immediately rushed towards Hunter's castle. In Hunter's castle, they saw the balls of light. Some of them fell on the ground, some on the table, and some in the corridor. Because there was no order, no one touched those balls of light. Lord Wu walked towards one of the balls of light. Although everyone had a strange expression, they didn't stop him. This was because they didn't sense any danger from the balls of light with their extremely sensitive spiritual senses. After picking up the balls of light, nothing unusual happened. Then, Lord Wu tried to extend his spiritual senses into the balls of light. Swoosh! As soon as his spiritual senses entered, he saw a person holding a sword and slashing towards him. The slash caused the space to tremble and pressure to appear. The sword light disappeared in front of Lord Wu. He retracted his spiritual senses and looked a little dazed. His expression became a little complicated. "What's in that ball of light?" Ming Zhu asked worriedly when he saw that Lord Wu's expression wasn't right. "It's sword kill." "Sword kill? What sword kill?" Ming Zhu looked a little confused. "Sword kill. It's sword kill." A peculiar glint flashed across Mu Feng's eyes before he shot towards the other glowing sphere with lightning speed. After extending his spiritual sense, he retracted it once again, while an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. However, amidst this complicated expression, it was clear that he was more emotional than emotional. That's right. This should be another big surprise after the vitality was injected. It is said that in the top 100 cities, there are immortal inherited king-level battle skills. These balls of light should be those immortal inherited king-level battle skills. While Mu Feng was excited, he also sighed emotionally. All of us have worked hard for countless years to achieve this goal. Who would have thought that Zichen would be able to achieve all of our wishes with just a single trip to the Manor Realm? The younger generation will surpass us in time. This time, besides Hunter's castle, the city lord's office, and the city's army, Lu Wei's Lu family, and the other families had also benefited. Although they were already dead, they had gone to the Manor Realm. This time, the glory belonged to everyone who had gone to the Manor Realm, so their families also benefited. Hu Pingqing's harvest this time was huge. Chapter 1397. Rivers of blood had already formed on the battlefield. Although all the cultivators present were used to life and death, they still felt fear from the bottom of their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them. Everyone had killed before. However, massacres were not something that everyone had done before. Facing a group of hundreds of cultivators, Zichen's group of 8 began to slaughter. During this time, all kinds of begging sounds could be heard, but it was useless. Not to mention how ruthless Zichen was. Even the 2 beautiful women had never shown mercy. The slaughter continued until everyone was dead. The cultivators of the other factions also carried out Zichen's previous threatening order very well. They did not let anyone escape. The battle ended. The ground was covered in rivers of blood and a layer of broken limbs. From time to time, balls of light would float from the corpses and fly towards Tianqiong and the others. Those were all luck points. After slaughtering all the cultivators of the 3 factions, Zichen's luck points had all passed the 100,000 mark. The luck points had not been used yet, so no one was jealous. No one dared to be jealous. Zichen was taking a nap. He seemed to have used up a lot of energy just now. He had also put away the silver dragon that was revolving around him. However, he still held the scabbard in his hand. Man Shi, Wu Xia, and the others were cleaning up and cleaning the battlefield. Dong Qing and Shang Guanhong came to Zichen's side one after the other. Due to the constant slaughter, the 2 of them were also covered in blood. However, as they advanced, light was released from their bodies. By the time they arrived in front of Zichen, the blood on their bodies had completely disappeared. Not a speck of dust could be seen on them, and they looked just like immortals. At this moment, it was the true joy of reuniting. Zichen opened his eyes. After glancing at the 2 of them, he said softly, "Let's heal first." The 2 of them shook their heads. They could not hide the excitement on their faces. Shang Guanhong asked softly, "How did you survive these 2 years? I heard that you were in danger back then." Thinking back to the scene that day, it was indeed dangerous. Fortunately, his luck was not bad and he fainted near the stone tablet. Otherwise, he would have been killed by that creature. Zichen smiled and said, "There wasn't much danger. I happened to have a chance encounter and gained a lot. What about you? When I saw your message, I was very sad." Back then, Zichen had always thought that Shang Guanhong was dead. Shang Guanhong couldn't help but blush when she recalled the contents of the message. She softly said, "I was also scared but not in danger. I even had a great opportunity." Then Zichen chatted with Dongqing for a while. It seemed that because of the breakthrough, Dongqing and Shang Guanhong also had a unique aura which was very attractive. The ground below suddenly turned into sparks, and the corpses were all engulfed by the flames. "Haha, Zichen, I knew you wouldn't die so easily." After clearing the battlefield, Man sure flew over. Man sure laughed heartily and gave Zichen a bear hug. "Haha, this is great. Now that you're back, no one will be thinking about your position." Man sure snorted and glanced at Wuxia. Wuxia, who came later, glared at Manshur and then went forward to give Zichen a bear hug. At the same time, he patted Zichen's shoulder and said, "Congratulations on your return." "Same to you," Zichen said with a smile. After that, it was Jiawei who came up. "You surprised me." Jiawei smiled. "You surprised me too." Zichen smiled. After these few days of interaction, I also understood a principle. Without you in the team, there would be something missing. Now everything is perfect. The team belongs to everyone. Without anyone, it would be uncomfortable. After the two sides met, Zichen looked at Gowin and Go Chang, who were standing behind him. The two brothers could be relaxed in front of others, but in front of Zichen, they were very reserved. At this moment, when Zichen appeared, the two did not even have the courage to go forward and hug him. Zichen went forward and gave the two brothers each a hug. Then he smiled and said, "Relax, we've gone through life and death together. We're all brothers." The two brothers nodded heavily. After that, the joy of reunion came. Everyone began to talk and laugh. In the distance, when the group of cultivators saw this scene, they looked at each other. Their originally shocked expressions were replaced by that of looking at each other. The sea of fire below was still burning. Just a moment ago, they had killed many cultivators, but now they were chatting. How big of a heart did they have to be to ignore what had just happened? One had to know that they had just performed an impossible miracle. Moreover, many people had left their crystal images because of this miracle. However, the 8 people who were the protagonists were talking and laughing casually. "Big brother, should we go over?" On Xuan City's side, a strong man asked. Xue Ming shook his head and said indifferently, "No, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Let them chat for a while." In front of them, laughter could be heard from time to time. The flames below gradually dissipated. The ground was roasted into a reddish-brown color, but there were no more corpses. After that, Wu Xie and the others began to heal their injuries. This battle was a great victory, but their injuries were not light. If they had not swallowed a lot of king-level vitality origin fluid, their lives would have been in danger. As the 7 of them sat down cross-legged to heal their injuries, Zichen looked into the distance. Many forces had gathered there, and almost all of them were ranked between 80 and 60. Following Zichen's gaze, everyone could not help but avoid Zichen's gaze. In this battle, the most eye-catching person was Zichen. He killed 3 powerful leaders with 3 slashes, causing the 3 forces to be in chaos. In Xue and City's direction, Xue Ming walked out and walked forward. Behind him, some people wanted to follow because Zichen's strength was too strong. Even Xue Ming was no match for him. Xue Ming waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. As Xue Ming walked out, some other people also walked out. They were undoubtedly the leaders of their forces, and because of Xue Ming, they also walked forward alone. I am Xueming from Xuan City. Congratulations to Leader Ziqin on your return. Xueming cupped his fists and said from a distance. Ziqin smiled kindly at Xueming. I am Luanxi from Luanduo City. Congratulations to Leader Ziqin on your great victory. A cold-looking man stepped forward and stated his identity. I am. Following that, the leaders of the other forces also expressed their goodwill. Ziqin still had to protect the others, so he did not go forward to welcome them. The other leaders could understand and came forward one after another. A total of 7 people came, representing the 7 forces. Among them, Xueming was the calmest in front of Ziqin, because Xuan City was the only one who did not have an array master. After chatting for a while, Ziqin asked, Brother Xue, I don't think you came here just to chat, right? Xueming glanced at Ziqin and said, Brother Ziqin's eyes are really sharp. To be honest, I came here to discuss something. As for the others, I think they have the same intention as me. Oh, what is it? Ziqin raised his eyebrows and asked. It's the passage to another level. We have found it, but we can't open it. The others nodded. Ziqin glanced at the crowd and guessed that this situation should be discussed with the 3 forces. But he did not expect that the perfect plan would fail completely because of Ziqin's appearance. What is at the exit? Why can't you open it with so many people? Ziqin asked. We don't know the specifics and we can't see the passage, but we can be sure that the passage is there. Xueming looked at Ziqin and said, When we first came in, Brother Ziqin, do you still remember that special team? You're talking about those battle spirits. Ziqin's eyes flashed with surprise. That's right. We've almost searched this area, but we couldn't find the exit. The only place we haven't stepped into is the place where the battle spirits gather. We secretly sent people to investigate, but they all died. So, you suspect that the exit is there. Ziqin said, If that's the case, we can choose to wait. We can leave after they open it. Xueming smiled bitterly and said, That's true, but I keep feeling that there is something else there. Moreover, battle spirits are special existences. Since they came here, they must have something they want. The others nodded in agreement. The battle spirits were fine outside, but they came here as a team. No one would believe that they did not have a goal. Ziqin thought for a moment and said, If that's the case, that place is indeed suspicious. We need to go and take a look. Seeing Ziqin agree, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Xueming said, Those battle spirits are gathered in one place. It's impossible to lure them out with tricks. We can only attack by force. Attacking by force is good. We'll be stronger if we move together. Ziqin obviously agreed, but he did not agree with the 8 of them attacking by force. The other leaders looked at each other, but did not make any more requests. After a simple discussion of some details, the discussion was preliminary. Next, Ziqin and the others would rest for a few days. Then they would set off together and go to the place where the battle spirits gathered. 2 days later, everyone's injuries had all healed, and their spirits had reached their peak. Everyone set off. The place where the battle spirits gathered was only a day's journey from here. It seemed that the other forces had reached an agreement with the 3 forces. Indeed, they had agreed that after the 3 forces won, they would take the lead to suppress the battle spirits. However, they did not expect Ziqin to appear and destroy the 3 forces. Facing Ziqin, no one dared to make any harsh demands. As such, they could only work together. A day later, they arrived at the region where the battle spirits were. Ziqin walked at the front of the group, with Xueming, Luanxi, and the other leaders beside him. Ziqin's people were at the back. Looking at the deep forest ahead, Xueming said, The battle spirits are here. After passing through here, we'll reach their gathering place. However, we have to be careful. There are battle spirits gathered here. Ziqin nodded and looked back at Dongqing. Chapter 1398. The Aurora Heavenly Horse rushed into the deep forest, while Zichen and the others waited patiently at the periphery. After a while, the sound of an energy explosion came out from the forest. In the depths of the forest, there was a large amount of energy light flashing. As the light flashed, the roars of beasts could be heard. There were the high-pitched neighs of the Aurora Heavenly Horse, as well as the voices of other beasts. The war beasts in the forest haven't been cleaned up. Hearing the roars, Zichen frowned. When Xueming heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not sure. Our people haven't come out since they went in. The energy fluctuations became more and more intense, and a hint of anxiety appeared on Dongqing's face. As the black hole opened beside him, another war beast appeared. It was the red-eyed boar demon. After the red-eyed boar demon appeared, it turned into a ray of light and flew towards the forest in front of it. The originally intense energy fluctuations became even more intense because of the addition of the red-eyed boar demon. A moment later, the energy fluctuations gradually disappeared. Following a mournful scream, the two beasts rushed out of the forest. There were several bloody wounds on the Aurora Heavenly Horse's body. The wounds were very deep, and bones could be seen in several places. Dongqing stepped forward with a pained heart and took out some king-level essence liquid to treat the Aurora Heavenly Horse's wounds. Seeing the wounds on the Aurora Heavenly Horse's body, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The scene of Zichen and the others slaughtering the three forces was still vivid in their minds. At that time, the Aurora Heavenly Horse also left a deep impression on them. As an existence with a high-level life bloodline, its battle prowess also far exceeded that of the same level, and it could even kill humans in an instant. However, the other party went into the forest to fight and was actually injured. Everyone couldn't help but guess what was hidden in the forest. After dealing with the Aurora Heavenly Horse's injuries, Dongqing told him that the Aurora Heavenly Horse didn't find anything. It only met a few war beasts, and the moment they met, they started fighting, and then they started fighting to the death. Little Horse said that there are still many war beasts in the forest. They started fighting the moment they came up, and it was a group battle. They didn't have the slightest awareness of being a king-level war beast. It feels a little strange. Hearing the other party's words, the surrounding people also chuckled. To humans, ganging up on others was too normal. What was wrong with that? No one cared. Even Zichen shook his head and chuckled. Why did it come out? Zichen asked. It said that there was something strange and it hated those beasts, so it didn't want to go in again. Dongqing was also a little helpless. Haha, relying on numbers? We don't have many things, but we have a lot of people. I think we should send a few more people over. When the leaders of some forces heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. After that, they began to select people to enter the dense forest. More than 20 people were chosen, and all of them were in the domain realm. Just as they were about to enter, Zichen raised his eyebrows, turned around, and said, "Manshur, you go in as well." Okay. Manshur walked out while rubbing his fists. There was an excited smile on his face. Ever since his mountain spirit tyrant body improved, Manshur's favorite battle was hand-to-hand combat. When the others saw that Manshur had followed them in, they all relaxed. It should be known that Manshur's combat strength was practically on par with them, the leaders. The group ventured deeper, and as expected, they encountered a battle beast. Immediately after, a fierce battle broke out. Get lost. Go to hell. Loud shouts rang out in the forest, and a surge of energy began to surge. Then, shrill screams rang out. Obviously, no matter if it was a human or a battle beast, they all died. This battle didn't last as long as everyone expected. Soon, the surge of energy dissipated, and the forest regained its peace. The people outside looked at each other. There was no movement. What kind of situation was this? Who is it? Come out. Manshur's shouts lasted for a while, and then they came out from the forest. However, along with Mansur's shouts, there was also a painful wail from Mansur. Mansur! The expressions of Zichen and the others changed. In the next moment, they also rushed into the forest. As Zichen rushed forward, the people who followed Zichen also chased after him. Soon, the people from Huping City disappeared into the dense forest. What should we do? At the side, watching Zichen disappear, a leader asked. Xue Ming pondered for a while and then said, "Let's go. We'll take a few people in and have a look." Just like that, the majority of the group stayed outside, while a few people entered the forest. In the forest, Zichen was flying. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. It was Wu Xie and the others who were rushing over. He was very worried about Mansur's safety and shouted into the depths of the forest, "Mansur, hang in there." Zichen, who was flying at full speed, didn't notice that there were suddenly many beast shadows around the forest. These beast shadows all had blood-red eyes, and the red light in their pupils gave off a sense of brutality and madness. A pitch-black battle leopard noticed Zichen. It had already sensed some kind of danger from the human, but the bloodthirsty killing intent in its heart made it lose its mind. It suddenly exerted force in its claws, and the moment the human passed by, it rushed out from its hiding place. Those cold and sharp claws ruthlessly struck towards the back of the human's head. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Zichen. Following that, the surrounding space started to distort, and waves of oppressive force appeared. The moment he sensed some kind of danger, Zichen's Thunder King physique was instantly activated. Thunder rumbled continuously in his body, and waves of powerful energy surged in his blood. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he turned around with lightning speed and directly dodged the opponent's claw. Then he clenched his fist and punched forward. The power of this punch was much stronger than the claw. A violent whistling sound resounded in the air, and a powerful oppressive force was applied on the battle leopard's body. The fist that followed also hit the leopard's head. Bang! The charging body of the war leopard came to a halt in the sky, following which its body slightly trembled as an unimaginably powerful force sent the war leopard flying backwards. Just as the battle leopard was sent flying, a bright fist passed through its head and hit an ancient tree and exploded. The ancient tree collapsed and wood chips flew everywhere. When the battle leopard's body was sent flying, it also smashed through several ancient trees. When its body landed on the ground, the battle leopard had already lost its vitality. With one punch, Zichen penetrated the strongest part of the opponent's body, the skull, and destroyed its vitality. Without looking at the battle leopard, Zichen did not even look at the result of his punch and went deeper into the forest. Following that, as Zichen continued to move forward, there are also countless battle beasts charging towards Zichen. Zichen's murderous aura was monstrous. If it were in the outside world, the battle beasts would have immediately fled. But here, these battle beasts seemed to have lost their minds, and each one of them charged towards Zichen without any regard for their lives, even if it meant death. And if they charged towards Zichen, only death awaited them. Behind him, Xue Ming and the others followed closely. Along the way, they also encountered some battle beasts, but they were far less eye-catching than Zichen's. Looking at the corpses of battle beasts left behind along the way, the leaders of the various forces could not help but marvel. As everyone knew, battle beasts were stronger than humans, and their physical strength was also very strong. But at this moment, almost all of the corpses under their feet had been penetrated by a punch, which showed how strong Zichen was. Terrifying! This Zichen is really terrifying. With this kind of power, I'm afraid that even those descendants with high-level life bloodlines can't suppress him. A leader of a force sighed. I really didn't expect that a powerful existence like Zichen could appear in Huping City at the end of thousands of years. The leaders of the various forces sighed repeatedly. When Zichen drew his sword and killed Yanfun, Xue Ming admitted that Zichen was stronger than him. So at this moment, when he heard everyone's sighs, he also said Zichen's current strength should not be weaker than a high-level life form of the same level. What? When everyone heard this, their expressions could not help but change. It should be known that descendants with high-level life bloodlines were completely different from high-level life forms. Almost all of the leaders present were comparable to a descendant, but there would also be differences in strength among the descendants. But no matter how strong or weak they were, they could not be compared with a real high-level life form. This was because every high-level life form was an extremely powerful existence. When they awakened, they were already in the earthly realm, and this was only the first awakening, just like a child who had just been born. As for the second awakening, it was just like an adult. At that time, the combat power of a high-level life form would be completely stimulated, and at that time the high-level life form would be at its strongest. But now Zichen was really comparable to a high-level life form of the same level. It should be known that this kind of existence currently represented the strongest combat power of the same level. In this regard, the crowd could not give an accurate evaluation, so they could only move forward. As they moved forward, Zichen finally saw Manshur. The latter was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, with bloodstains in front of him and at the corner of his mouth. Beside him were corpses of both humans and battle beasts. Of the more than 20 people who had just entered, only Manshur was alive at this moment. Zichen appeared in a flash and looked around, but he did not see anyone around. Wu Xie and the others followed closely behind, and then they also looked around vigilantly. Go Win and Ma Yingqiang went over to help Manshur up. What's going on? Who attacked you? The others were alert, and Zichen walked over to Manshur and asked. Manshur shook his head and said, I'm not too sure. The battle beasts here seem to have lost their minds and are very crazy. Also, there was an extremely strong spiritual sense that swept past just now. This spiritual sense contained an extremely powerful attack, and I could only block it twice before I couldn't block it anymore. An extremely strong spiritual sense. Zichen frowned when he heard this. Manshur was transformed from a mountain spirit. Although his spiritual sense was a little weak, it was definitely stronger than most humans. The strength of his spiritual sense was comparable to the leaders. But now, Manshur had actually blocked 2 attacks and was unable to do so. This made Zichen extremely troubled. Chapter 1399. Beast Tamer. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Dongqing in confusion. This was the first time they had heard of this name. Dongqing brushed the hair in front of his forehead and said softly, he can make all the beasts lose their minds and has an extremely strong spiritual sense. Judging from these 2 points, it's very likely that he's a beast tamer. If he's really a beast tamer, then we're in big trouble. A voice came from behind them. It was Xue Ming and the others. Looking at the leaders, Zichen nodded at them. What's the deal with that beast tamer? Wu Xie asked in confusion. Xue Ming glanced at Dongqing and saw that he had no intention of explaining. He explained he's a type of beast tamer. But compared to beast tamers are stronger and more terrifying. The former only tames beasts, while the latter controls them by force. Their methods are very direct and very dangerous. The leaders of the other cities had obviously heard of the name Beast Tamer. Their expressions were very serious. One of the leaders smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect to meet a beast tamer as soon as we arrived. Xue Ming said, Beast tamers are actually beast tamers with mutated spiritual senses. They're very rare in the world. As far as I know, there are no beast tamers in the cities ranked below 60. Now, I'm almost certain that this is the place where the battle spirit is. Only the experts who died in the Manor Realm would have this kind of existence. What kind of methods do beast tamers have? Zichen asked. Xueming glanced at Dongqing. As a beast tamer, the latter naturally had some understanding of beast tamers. The main method is to control the beasts by force, making them lose their minds and fall into madness. Under such circumstances, the beasts won't fear death at all until all of them die in battle. If they're in a dense forest with many beasts, the beast tamer is the symbol of invincibility. After a pause, Dongqing said, "Also, the beast tamer's spiritual senses have mutated and become very powerful. If combined with some offensive methods, they can kill people without leaving a trace." As if to verify Dongqing's words, a cultivator behind them let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. Everyone turned their heads to look at the fallen cultivator. His eyes were wide open, and his face was expressionless. "He's dead." Dongqing glanced at the other party and said indifferently, "It seems that his spiritual sense is stronger than I thought. He is monitoring our conversation. However, his spiritual sense is not invincible at this moment." Boom! Just as Dongqing finished speaking, an explosion sounded behind him. Then some red and white objects appeared and shot in all directions. A substantial light shield appeared around everyone, and the red and white objects shot onto it, making popping sounds. The red and white objects disappeared, and the light barrier gradually dissipated. When everyone saw those objects clearly, their expressions changed. Those red and white things were produced when the human head was crushed. Not far away, a headless domain realm cultivator fell. Seeing this scene, Dongqing's pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. She said, "I didn't expect that I still underestimated him. His spiritual sense is unimaginably powerful. He only needs a thought to kill." With 2 people dying without any warning, the leaders of these forces couldn't help but turn pale. As for the others, their eyes were filled with panic because no one could guarantee that the next one to die without any warning would not be them. Rustling sounds suddenly sounded from all directions. The branches and leaves of the ancient trees began to tremble as if a hurricane was sweeping through. The ancient trees kept swaying, and the branches and leaves kept flapping. Waves of pressure swept over from all directions. It's war beasts. There are many war beasts. War beasts are coming from all directions. Should we call for help? Everyone turned their heads and saw pairs of mindless, blood-red eyes. Those blood-red eyes were the size of lanterns and emitted a bloodthirsty red light. War beasts. They were all war beasts. They came from all directions, and their numbers were immeasurable. It was as if all the war beasts in the forest had gathered here at this moment. There was some disturbance in the group. The domain weapons began to flicker, and the panicked crowd gathered in a circle to confront the war beasts outside. Compared to the others, the leaders' expressions were much calmer. They were calm because of Zi Chen's calmness. They did not know why, but when they saw Zi Chen's calm appearance, they felt relieved. Zi Chen walked out of the crowd and looked at the bloodthirsty war beasts in front of him. He said indifferently, "Come out." There were no human voices in front of him, only a few war beasts' angry roars. "Do you think you can trap us like this? It's just a few war beasts. Even I can't trap them." Zi Chen's cold voice echoed in the forest. Perhaps because the murderous aura around him was too strong, the war beast closest to Zi Chen showed signs of struggle and uneasiness in its eyes. But soon, the struggle and uneasiness disappeared. It must have been controlled again. Under Zi Chen's indifferent expression, there was a trace of murderous intent. With a thought, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the sky. Then a long spear appeared in front of Zi Chen. The long spear emitted a dazzling silver light. In the next moment, the long spear shook and turned into a dragon's shadow. The moment the dragon's shadow appeared, there was a pressure in the sky. This was the real dragon's power. The moment the dragon's power appeared, the group of war beasts in front of him became restless. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded and the dragon's power spread out. This was the pressure of a superior, and it was deeply reflected in the sea of consciousness of the war beasts. At this moment, the fear that came from the depths of their souls was also transmitted from the hearts of the war beasts. There was a struggle in the eyes of all the war beasts. Obviously, this kind of forceful control was about to go out of control in the face of the fear in their hearts. Roar! The silver dragon soared into the sky, and the dragon's roar resounded again. The mighty dragon's power swept across the sky. In the face of this strong and suffocating pressure, the war beasts could no longer hold on. Each and every one of them prostrated themselves on the ground. Their red eyes, which were originally filled with madness, were completely replaced by fear in the next moment. They all regained their clarity. The dragon shadow's silver eyes swept indifferently, and a thought was transmitted into the sea of consciousness of the war beasts. In the next moment, the war beasts let out an earth-shattering roar, then turned around and left. Behind Zi-Chin, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the soul shadow in Zi-Chen's long spear was actually a dragon soul. Only a real dragon soul could possess such dragon's power and remove the beast tamer's forceful control. Zi-Chin knew that these war beasts didn't just leave, but went to find the person who controlled them. However, Zi-Chen didn't have any confidence in this. Since the other party had the ability to control all the war beasts, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of them. If things went wrong, they might be controlled again. Show yourself. Zi-Chen's indifferent voice sounded again. In the sky, the silver dragon was still there. This was to prevent the beast tamer from commanding the army of war beasts to attack again. You actually have a supreme dragon shadow that's even more powerful than a high-level life form. You, human, are quite capable. A voice sounded in front of them. In the sky, a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure was extremely tall, like a giant looking down on everyone. Looking at this giant, Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He said, "Are you not a human? You don't dare to show your true body, but only a phantom. It seems that you are very afraid of me." Human? How can I be a lowly human? As for being afraid, what do you have that makes me afraid of you? As this voice fell, the giant phantom in the sky disappeared. Immediately after, a human figure walked out of the dense forest in front of them. This was a normal human wearing a dazzling armor. His eyes were very long, and there was a red dot between his eyebrows. He looked even weirder than Wuxia, and the moment they saw him, everyone was sure that he was a war spirit. The others were very nervous because this was a beast tamer. His spiritual sense was very powerful, and he could kill people without leaving a trace. Dragon soul is not bad. Leave it behind and you can go. The man wearing dazzling armor looked at the silver dragon in the sky. His eyes flashed with a strange light. "Where do you think you're going?" Zi-Chin sneered. "Go back to where you came from, of course." The war spirit glanced at Zi-Chin indifferently. "I want to know if there's an entrance to another place in the depths of this forest," Zi-Chin asked. "Yes, the entrance is here. But I don't think there's any possibility of you reaching the entrance alive." The war spirit smiled savagely, but his expression soon became serious, because there was an additional blade in Zi-Chen's hand. To be precise, there was an additional blade with a scabbard. The war spirit's gaze was fixed on the scabbard. He didn't recognize the scabbard in Zi-Chen's hand, but he was very afraid of the scabbard. At the same time, he was very disgusted with the owner of the scabbard. "I hate this thing, so I've decided to kill all of you." "All of you," the war spirit said coldly. Zi-Chin looked at him and sneered. "Perhaps this thing killed your original body. Even if you've become a war spirit, you still remember it." While speaking, Zi-Chin walked forward step by step. He walked very slowly, but his steps were very steady. With every step, his whole body seemed to merge with the earth, or a big tree deeply rooted in the ground. Chen was about to make his move. Everyone looked forward. At this moment, their expressions were complicated and they were nervous, because although Chen was strong, his spiritual sense was relatively weak. His opponent was a terrifying beast tamer with a powerful spiritual sense. The beast tamer was best at spiritual sense attacks. Everyone was nervous for Chen. But at this moment, besides Chen, there was no one else who dared to stand out and face the beast tamer. This included the undying Wuxia. Because spiritual sense represented the soul, Wuxia couldn't guarantee that his undying body would still be effective after his spiritual sense was severely damaged. Chapter 1400. Chen took 10 steps forward and was attacked for the first time. His body swayed, and the hand that held the scabbard trembled. His face paled slightly. At this moment, he was nearly 100 meters away from the man in front of him. He could clearly see the disdain and ridicule beneath the man's indifferent expression. Before this, Man Sure had been able to block 2 of Zhanling's attacks. As the leader, Chen was the one that everyone had high hopes for. He was someone that Man Sure greatly respected, so he naturally wouldn't fall after a single attack. No one was surprised that Chen was still standing, because this was within their expectations. Chen steadied himself and let out a light breath. Then he stepped forward. This time he was even more careful. Every time he took a step, he would carefully step down. It was as if there were many lives beneath his feet, and he didn't want to casually step on them. However, every step he took was very stable, so stable that when his foot left the ground, there would be a faint footprint on the ground. The footprint wasn't deep, but it proved that Chen had used a lot of strength. Zhanling watched as Chen approached step by step. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face, as if he were watching a play. Compared to the forceful Chen, he seemed very indifferent. Of course, this was on the premise that Zhanling didn't deliberately look at the scabbard in Chen's hand. Every time his eyes swept over the scabbard, his expression would subtly change. Whoosh! In front of Zhanling, space began to distort. An invisible strength appeared and shot toward Chen. It was like an object shuttling through space. Because the strength was too great, it caused space to become unstable. Space twisted between the two, extending from Zhanling's side to Chen's side and then into his spiritual sea. Zhanling's second attack arrived. Chen's body swayed once more. A trace of golden blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It was like he had been hammered in the head by a massive hammer, or perhaps he was drunk. His body swayed uncontrollably from side to side. This sort of swaying was like an irregular pendulum clock. Those watching from afar were extremely worried. They wanted to go forward and help, but they didn't dare to rashly approach. Chen's body began to sway less as he regained his balance and stood up. The power of that blow had finally been dispersed. In the distance, everyone's faces were filled with worry. They were afraid that Chen would fall. Each of my attacks is stronger than the last. Let's see how many of them you can block. Battle Spirit coldly smiled at Chen. Chen's face turned even paler, but his eyes had already regained their clarity. He raised his right hand and used his thumb to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. "Until I'm in front of you," he said indifferently. Beastmasters had strong spiritual senses, but their combat strength was relatively weak. Chen believed that as long as he was within the attack range, victory would be his. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. He gripped the scabbard in his hand tightly, leaving behind rows of deeper footprints. His steps were still very steady, as if he had just started walking. Except for some abnormalities when he was attacked, Chen seemed to be in perfect condition. Battle Spirit's pupils shrank without leaving a trace. He knew very well how strong his attack was. His opponent's strength wasn't at the domain realm, and his spiritual senses hadn't reached the king realm. Normally, He would only need a slight thought to kill an existence at this level. However, not only was Zichen not dead, but he had also blocked 2 of his attacks. Now that he was moving forward again, he seemed to be unscathed. This surprised Battle Spirit. Zichen moved forward 30 steps. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 70 steps. However, this distance was still far enough for Battle Spirit to launch multiple attacks. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in Battle Spirit's eyes. Lightning flashed in his pupils, and in the next moment, 2 solid bolts of lightning rushed out from his eyes. As soon as the lightning appeared, it distorted, and even the space began to tremble. When the people in the distance saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim. This was a solid attack. Whether it was the speed or the power, it was beyond imagination. Zichen didn't even have time to react before the lightning arrived in front of him and entered his sea of consciousness. Zichen's sea of consciousness was vast and infinite. But at this moment, a massive amount of perfect spiritual senses gathered together, forming layers of defense. This defense wasn't too strong. Compared to a battle spirit, the amount of spiritual sense was also much lower. But Zichen's spiritual sense shined with a golden light without any impurities. Compared to his opponent, his spiritual sense was superior in quality. Even though Battle Spirit's spiritual senses had undergone mutation, there was still a big gap in front of perfect spiritual senses. The reason why Zichen dared to step forward was because of his high-quality, perfect spiritual senses. The 2 bolts of lightning that rushed into his sea of consciousness were like 2 thunder snakes. They carried a powerful destructive force and began to rampage, trying to destroy Zichen's sea of consciousness. Perfect spiritual senses formed defensive walls one after another, blocking the impact of the 2 thunder snakes. It was a long story, but in fact the confrontation of spiritual senses was very fast. Victory and defeat, life and death, could be decided almost instantly. Puff! In the outside world, as the 2 bolts of lightning disappeared in front of Zichen bent over and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He's injured. Zichen is injured. He was injured in just 3 attacks. It seems that this beast tamer is really terrifying. In the distance, when the crowd saw Zichen coughing out blood, their faces were full of worry. Schwemming frowned. The 2 sides were still more than 50 steps apart, but Zichen was already injured. It seemed that Zichen wouldn't be able to reach his opponent and attack. Shang Guanhong's beautiful face also showed a nervous expression. She clenched her jade-like hands, which had turned blue, but she didn't notice it. Dongqing was also very worried and nervous. Although she had full confidence in Zichen's opponent was even stronger. As a beast tamer, she naturally knew how strong a beast tamer was. If Zichen didn't have the supreme dragon soul to awaken all his beasts, then the attack just now would have killed more than half of the people here. And if he wanted to, he could easily slaughter a city of people without any problem. Such an existence, even if some higher life forms appeared, would be extremely difficult to deal with. In a sense, the current battle spirit was equivalent to a higher life form. His spiritual sense attack is very strong, and his methods are extremely strange. Although Man sure didn't finish his words, the worry on his face explained everything. Obviously, after personally experiencing the strength of a beast tamer's spiritual sense, he was somewhat lacking in confidence in Zichen. After coughing out blood, Zichen slowly stood up. Without stopping, he walked forward. He didn't fall down yet. Swoosh! A resplendent sword light appeared in front of Zhanling and shot toward Zichen. The sword light flashed between Zichen's eyebrows. Puff! Zichen coughed out blood and half knelt on the ground. His face was pale and his spirit was somewhat dispirited, just like Manshur from before. At this moment, Qin had already blocked 6 of his opponent's attacks. The distance between them was less than 20 meters. Normally, Qin would be able to reach these 20 meters in one step. But at this moment, the surroundings were filled with powerful spiritual sense suppression. 20 meters was 20 steps. He could only walk forward step by step. It was impossible to cross it by force. Battle Spirit's eyes became colder as he looked at Qin. The opponent had blocked 6 of his attacks. This made him very surprised, and there was even a trace of worry in his heart. Let's see how long you can last. After a cold snort, a beast roar resounded. In front of Battle Spirit, a strange beast formed by spiritual sense appeared. This strange beast's cold eyes stared at Qin. In the next moment, it rushed towards Qin. The strange beast's body was extremely large, but when it arrived in front of Qin, it disappeared into thin air. In Qin's sea of consciousness, the strange beast appeared out of thin air. A powerful spiritual sense burst out, causing Qin's sea of consciousness to shake violently. It was as if a trapped beast had discovered a crack in its cage and began to attack the cage with all its strength. In Qin's sea of consciousness, his spiritual sense shone with golden light. This spiritual sense was very agile and extraordinary, but because of the quantity and level, the defense it formed was not strong. Or rather, it was not as strong as this strange beast. As the strange beast attacked, the spiritual sense defense was easily torn apart. Fortunately, Qin had perfect spiritual sense. Otherwise, the strange beast would not only tear apart the spiritual sense defense, but also Qin's entire sea of consciousness. In the outside world, Qin was kneeling on one knee. He could no longer stand up. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He seemed to be seriously injured. The strange beast had not yet dissipated and was still attacking. Qin could only focus on defending. His arm holding the scabbard was constantly trembling. The scabbard was inserted into the ground to support Qin. Qin's expression gradually calmed down. He had blocked the attack in the end, and the strange beast had disappeared as well. However, Qin felt dizzy. This was caused by the extreme consumption of his spiritual sense. At this moment, facing Battle Spirit, Qin did not even have time to recover. Seeing that Qin had not moved for a long time, the corners of Battle Spirit's mouth curled into a mocking smile. At this moment, he finally relaxed and mocked. This is just the beginning, and you can't block it anymore. I still have many battle skills that I haven't used yet. I was going to use all of them on you to test their power. I didn't expect you to be unable to withstand it. Battle skills? What battle skills? Qin raised his head and wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice became extremely hoarse. For someone like you, what you need is a battle skill that specifically targets the sea of consciousness. This kind of battle skill can only be used with spiritual sense. But I'm different. I'm a beastmaster. My spiritual sense is special and powerful. Any battle skill is the same in front of me, Battle Spirit said proudly. Any battle skill is the same? You mean you don't need to find battle skills in the sea of consciousness. You can just find a king-level battle skill. But as long as you use your spiritual sense, you can display the power of the battle skill. Qin asked again. His hoarse voice was still powerful. Of course, this is my privilege. Or rather, it is the privilege of a beastmaster. Battle Spirit seemed proud. In front of him, Qin suddenly understood. Facing this Battle Spirit, he closed his eyes. His greatly exhausted spiritual senses gathered in his knowledge. See once more. But this time, these spiritual senses no longer defended themselves. Instead, they directly turned into a person. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.